Deep in the heart of Texas, we're at the Star in Frisco. Thrilled to be here for the official kickoff of the college football season. The 2026 Monster Energy Big 12 Football Media Days are here. Welcome inside. Next to Louis Riddick and Dusty Dvoracek, Kevin Connors, thrilled to be with you. Jen Latta and Sidney Jones will join us momentarily. Guys, the Big 12 has traditionally been the first conference to kick off media days. That's the case again this season. What an honor it is. Louis, many felt this should have been a multi-playoff league a season ago, and that is very much the case again this season.
Yeah, no doubt. Look, there's some very quality football teams in this conference this year. Obviously, it's going to be headlined by Texas Tech. They have dominated the headlines for obvious reasons, considering the quarterback situation. But look, Joey McGuire has more than just a quarterback issue as far as quality things to talk about. He has got a roster right now that's really been retooled, brought in a lot of firepower on the defensive side of the football in particular. And look, Kalani Sitake, he has got a team that's very veteran-laden, has got some great players, especially on the offensive side with Bear Bachmeier. And at the running back position, they have got an absolute stud. So, look, there's a lot of teams in this conference. I know you're going to talk about a few, Dusty, like Houston, who are really going to be some surprise teams this year. It's going to be a fun conference to watch.
Tech and BYU headline it. 23 wins the last 2 years for Kalani Sitake, and they're loaded coming back. I can't wait to see what that looks like. But I do like Houston a lot. Willie Fritz, year 3, the turnaround from 4 wins, year 1, 10 wins a season ago, and they've retooled. They've added some nice pieces that are going to help this football team. What about Utah? Utah is a team under Kyle Whittingham. There was a mainstay. Enter Morgan Scalley. He was already scheduled to be that next-in-line coach in waiting. Played there, has coached there his entire career, and you don't expect Utah to take any kind of step back. Noah Fafita is probably the best returning quarterback at Arizona. They're off a 9-win season a year ago. I think TCU is going to have a really good year. Eric Morris comes to Oklahoma. The reality is the competition in this league is so real, and to your point, I really do think that there is enough talent at the top that this will be a league that's going to be right there banging on the door again to get multiple teams.
And I think the thing that everyone wants to see in football in particular is quarterback play. And I think there's a lot of intriguing storylines as far as the quarterbacks in this conference. Just think about it. We haven't even mentioned Baylor. But DJ Lagway, I got to see him multiple times a year ago. This is a guy who's an enigma, I think, for many because of the fact that when you look at him, in person, he screams first-round pick when you just look at him, but he had a very uneven career at Florida. Now we'll see what he looks like down here at Baylor with this wide-open type of offense. And, Noah Fafita, I remember when he was a freshman at Arizona, and he was just kind of like lighting things on fire, and Jed Fish said, hey, look, keep an eye on Noah Fafita, one of the smoothest operators that there is in all of college football. So there's a lot of intrigue, some new guys coming in. And so, look, I think when you turn on Big 12 football this year, you're going to see the ball up in the air, and you're going to see some dual-threat quarterbacks that can absolutely burn you with their legs and with their arms, as well as any conference in the country.
Right, 5 stars and newcomers and young guys like Bear Bachmeier, still only a sophomore, and veterans coming back. So many great quarterbacks in this league. It is summer two-a-days for us here. 5 hours of coverage today, 5 hours of coverage tomorrow. We're going to hear from all the newsmakers in the league, the head coaches, the star players. Commissioner Brett Yormark will give his State of the Big 12 address here momentarily. One of the most innovative people in all of sports. And then, of course, for us here, UCF head coach Scott Frost is going to follow Dave Aranda, who gets things started. We're going to hear from Coach Prime, Deion Sanders, Colorado retooling things here this coming season. 3 wide receiver transfers to go along with a young quarterback who's returning here. We'll hear from Drew Mestemaker. Dusty talked about Oklahoma State. All of those transfers that have come to Oklahoma State from North Texas here as well. Kalani Sitake, and then Joey McGuire will be here as well. Jen Latta is here, and we're thrilled to have her from College Game Day down on the field. Jen, a ton of excitement here in the Big 12 following a dynamite 2025 season.
So much excitement, so many storylines to follow, which gets me excited about football season, guys. That's right, it was a record-setting year for the Big 12. As far as draftees go, last year 38 Big 12 players heard their names called. That eclipsed the previous record of 35 set in 1997 and 2003 for the Big 12. So you know there'll be plenty of players here who are hoping to hear their name called in about a year when the NFL draft gets underway as well. We're going to talk to some of those players today. At 1:30, we've got Arizona State followed by Texas Tech. Texas Tech led the Big 12 last year with 9 guys who were drafted into the NFL. At 2:15, Oklahoma State, 2:30 BYU. But guys, we'll also hear from Colorado, Houston, and Baylor at some point during the broadcast. Promises to be an exciting and insightful day here at the Star.
Awesome to hear, Jen. We look forward to that. And, of course, so much of the conversation in the Big 12 coming into this season, we've talked about it a bit, fellas, begins with Texas Tech, the Red Raiders, the outstanding regular season. Last year, perfect for Joey McGuire's team, including that Big 12 championship victory over BYU, 34-7. They won that Big 12 title game. The trip to the CFP, Jen alluded to it, 9 players taken in the NFL draft. And Dusty, again this season, the Red Raiders figure to be one of the teams to beat.
They're loaded. Especially defensively, they lost a lot via the draft. They bring quite a bit back, and they spent their money, and they spent it wisely. They spent it in the trenches. They went and got a couple of edge players, another defensive tackle, and they really filled in some of the holes at linebacker. A couple of key additions, Austin Romaine from Kansas State, most notably. But the real question with Texas Tech will be, when will Will Hammond be healthy, and what's he going to be able to do, Lewis? Because obviously the story of the offseason has been Brendan Sorsby.
Yep.
That's the elephant in the room, obviously. But the one thing I'll say for this team, they know moving forward that's not going to be an issue. Mm-hmm. They know exactly who they have. I'm sure you've had a chance to see Will Hammond play. He's a talented player, can really run, but he's coming off the ACL tear. I really think the ceiling of this season for Texas Tech is going to fall. When does Will Hammond get reacclimated? When does he get healthy, and what does he look like throughout the course of the season?
Yeah, look, his tape last year, throw on the Arizona State game in particular, and just watch him deal the football from the pocket, from outside the pocket. He's got tremendous skills. There's no question about it. But you just know that offensively, what they're going to wind up having to do until he gets healthy is going to really, they're going to have to rely on their running back tandem, Cameron Dickey and Jacoby Williams. I mean, these guys almost had 2,000 combined yards last year, 20 touchdowns combined last year. That's going to be where they're going to have to really lean going into the season early on. And then really, like you said, get all of those guys on the defensive side of the football, all those transfers that they brought in, especially on the first 2 levels of the defense, to play together, live up to the potential. They've got some returning players in the secondary at the corner position in particular that they should be able to hold down the fort as far as defending the pass. But it's all going to be about philosophically, how do they attack offensively when the quarterback position is going to be unsettled here early on in the season. The good thing for them, their schedule is very favorable to them this year.
Yes.
So they have time to kind of get it going and then really hit their stride come the months of late October, November.
They do ease into the season. Abilene Christian on the road against Oregon State out of the new Pac-12. That Houston game, though, in Week 3 will be a big one.
It will be for Houston and for Texas Tech. You know that because there's a chance, and we'll talk with Joey McGuire here today. A lot of reports, though, that Will Hammond may not be quite ready to start of the season. That could be his first game, to start the season. They did bring in Kirk Francis from Tulsa, who's got starting experience, so they may have to rely on him. But what an opportunity it is for Houston. On the road in Lubbock, Friday night, kind of controversial, playing that Friday night game in Lubbock. But that, to me, that's one of the marquee matchups in the Big 12 conference schedule right there early in the season. And if Texas Tech can get past that, then the next few games, I think, are very favorable. And just like you said, the schedule sets up extremely well for Texas Tech. But Week 3, boy, Will Hammond and this offense, they're going to have it ready to go. But what Lewis said is so right. And Joyner is another running back who was hurt last year who's back. They're going to have a 3-headed monster at running back.
Yep.
They're going to have an offensive line that they can lean on. I think that whether it's Francis, it's Hammond, you can lean on this defense, you can lean on this rushing attack until you kind of get, Will Hammond healthy, get him up to speed. That'll be the calling card, I think, for Texas Tech. Run the football, play good defense, and weather that early storm, especially Week 3 against Houston.
Yeah, it's just asset management, right? I mean, at the quarterback position, and you're not just talking about Will Hammond. Also, you have a redshirt freshman, Lloyd Jones, who when you look at him at about 6'4", 230 pounds, he'll give you flashbacks of sitting there going, look, when he has that number 10 on, you go, man, is that Taylon Green out there from Arkansas a year ago? No, I'm not saying he's that. I'm not saying he's that kind of athlete, but they have nothing but body types really to play with here. They signed Malcolm Simmons from Auburn in the transfer portal as well, so they've got – look, if they can just get somebody to get the ball in his hands, now you have got 3 good running backs. 2 have already – who've already proven to you they can get it done in their uniform. You've got a star wide receiver. You've got very good tight end. You've got a rebuilt offensive line. You got a defense that just brought in nothing but dudes on the first two levels. They'll be able to manage themselves here as they go through the first months of the season and kind of use it like an extended training camp. But I'll tell you what, this division overall, or this conference overall division, I'm talking about the NFL, this conference overall, it has got some quality teams, though, that you better make sure you take care of your business. Because the quarterbacks in this conference overall, like I said earlier, once they kind of settle in, and if everything around them really kind of settles in, you have quarterbacks that can rip you in multiple ways. Look, Devin Dampier, come on now.
Yeah.
You throw on his tape, it's about as scary as it looks on any level of football, in any conference. So you've got some guys who are just absolutely playmakers, and Texas Tech has to be on their game all season long.
Connor Wigman, one of those, by the way.
No doubt.
You know, we saw him last year, former 5-star. He'll be coming in week number 3. You know, you mentioned quarterbacks, and I'm glad we showed the graphic. We haven't mentioned Avery Johnson. And Avery Johnson, I think his ceiling is about as high as anybody's. And now enter Colin Klein, who knows a lot about that position, wearing that uniform, and how to put his quarterbacks in the right position to thrive. When he was the OC, they won a Big 12 championship. We saw what he's been able to do with Marcel Reed down in College Station the last couple of years. So I think that's another interesting quarterback-coach combination we haven't seen quite yet. That is another one that, you know, to your point about the quarterbacks, that's just another one that can rip your heart out via the pass or with his legs.
He's such a great kid. Avery Johnson's one of the great kids in all of college football. Great story. Hometown kid, stayed right there in Manhattan, playing in front of his hometown fans. The issue with them this year is, look, offensive line play, that's going to be something that you're going to have to really keep an eye on. He loses his star wide receiver, Jace Brown. He goes down to LSU with Lane. So, they're going to have to make sure that on the perimeter and on the offensive line that this team really holds up its end of the bargain, because Avery will hold up his.
Jalen Rayner, Alonzo Barnett. I mean, again, loaded at the quarterback position in this league. And we're going to talk about that throughout the course of our 5 hours here from Frisco, Texas today. Coming up, we're going to turn the floor over to the commissioner. Brett Yormark takes the stage for his State of the Big 12 Conference address. Big 12 Football Media Days, fueled by Monster Energy. Unleash the Beast. We are back at Big 12 Media Days from the Star in Frisco, Texas, with Louis Riddick and Dusty Dvoracek. Kevin Connors here with you. It's year number 4 for the commissioner here in the Big 12, Brett Yormark. Dusty, before we came on today, we talked about the innovation that he's shown here in this league.
Yeah, you know what? From day one, I think his first line was, "We're open for business." And he has continued to do different things, try different ways to generate revenue for this conference, to generate buzz, to generate intrigue. Everything hasn't worked. A lot of things have. Everything hasn't. But I applaud him just for trying. You know, he's not just going to sit there and stay status quo. If you've ever met him, he's an innovator. He's a mover. He's a shaker. You know, he's so great to talk to. He's a people person. And I think he's done a great job taking over this situation and trying to just create a buzz, something about it. And I'm sure he's going to have some very interesting takes and things to say here today.
Yeah, I look forward to hearing him. I'm not that familiar with hearing him speak about, you know, his philosophies as far as growing a conference and kind of like and getting people really interested in the quality of football that's going to be played in this conference. But I'll tell you this, the players will do their part. I really do feel that this year, this will be one of the most exciting conferences to watch and something that people need to keep an eye on. It's going to be a wide open brand of football.
And when you say people need to keep an eye on, not just here in the States. I mean, this is off the success of the World Cup, football meets football. And that's going to be one of the themes that Brett Yormark talks about with the Big 12 heading international this season, games not only in London, but in Dublin, Ireland as well. Year 4, let's hear from the commissioner of the Big 12, Brett Yormark.
Thank you, Rachel. So before I get started, my kids called me this morning and they reminded me that this is my 4th media days. And they said, "Dad, if you had trademarked that line you gave 4 years ago, you might not be working right now," which was the open for business. How many of you were here for that, for my first one? Okay. Well, glad to have you back, and let's get started. Welcome to the 2026 Monster Energy Big 12 Football Media Days. It's great to be back at the home of the Dallas Cowboys, and I want to thank the Jones family and the Cowboys organization for hosting us. They do a terrific job for all of us. I also want to thank our broadcast partners, ESPN, Fox, and TNT, who continue to make this league a priority. I also want to thank our many ADs that are here today, our VIP guests, along with every member of the media for being here and for your continued coverage of our conference. All of you do a great job, and thank you. I also want to send out a huge thank you to the entire Big 12 Conference staff for all their hard work. This is an enormous effort, and they do a great job. And lastly, I am grateful to our partners at Monster Energy for their support of today's event. It's an exciting time to be in Dallas as the city takes center stage during the FIFA World Cup. I am grateful I had the opportunity to experience the excitement in person yesterday in Arlington. Football meets football is the theme of our media days this year. Like football, college football is about identity, community, and connection. The energy of packed stadiums and traditions that define each team. To help us kick things off, I'd like to welcome Dan Hunt, North Texas FIFA World Cup Organizing Committee co-chair and FC Dallas president, to the stage. We're going to do a little gift exchange. Dan, thank you for being here and for your leadership and vision. Football meets football is about a shared passion across sports. Let's take a look at how that comes to life at the Big 12.
From Saturdays in America
to the world's most iconic stadiums.
Different teams.
Different traditions.
Different languages.
But passion
needs no translation.
energy.
The pride. The rituals that unite us.
From Dallas
to London,
the game evolves. The stage gets bigger.
Today, the stage is 4,000 miles away.
Because no matter where you are,
no matter what game you play,
The love of sports is universal. Football. Football. Different games. Same passion.
one conference.
A global stage.
Where football meets football.
To be the most globally relevant conference in college athletics. We opened last season in Ireland and will play 2 international games this fall, including TCU opening the season in Dublin and Arizona State in Kansas, competing in the first ever college game at iconic Wembley Stadium. In fact, Fox Big Noon Kickoff will take their show international for the first time and join us at the Union Jack Classic. Wherever Jordan Bazan is, I want to thank him because that's a big deal for this conference. And we thank Fox for their continued support. 14% of our student athletes come from outside the U.S. 6 of our 16 institutions have campuses outside the U.S., including Arizona State's new campus in London, opening this fall. Our brand of football travels. It's fast, it's dynamic, and it's exciting, and it resonates beyond our borders. The Big 12 proved to be the deepest and most competitive in the country last year, with more late-game drama than any other conference, and the metrics show that. Our championship game drew more than 85,000 fans, the most attended in Power 4 history, with game viewership up 39%. We had a conference record 38 NFL draft selections, including 11 in the first 2 rounds. And while football is a powerful driver, I'm incredibly proud of what our student athletes, coaches, and administrators have accomplished across all of our sports. In basketball, we had a conference record tying 8 NCAA tournament selections for both men's and women's. 9 of our men's players were selected in the first round of this year's NBA draft, a conference record, including the number 1 and number 2 picks overall. On the women's side, 5 players were selected in the WNBA draft, highlighted by the number 2 pick overall. We set a conference record in team sports, with 99 teams advancing to NCAA postseason play this past year, including record-setting representation in soccer, volleyball, lacrosse, softball, golf, and tennis. Every school in this conference earned a postseason appearance this year, underscoring our shared commitment to excellence and competing at the highest levels. We will continue our commitment to growing Olympic sports and are excited to host our second Media Days for volleyball and debut an in-season challenge for the first time this fall. To put a bow on this year's competition, I'm excited to announce the recipient of the inaugural All-State Commissioner's Cup and winner of the All-State Big 12 Championship Series. This award honors the Big 12 program that excelled both athletically and academically throughout the year. This year's winner, Arizona. I want to congratulate President Garamella, Athletic Director Desiree Reed-Francois, and all the great University of Arizona student athletes. Let's give them a hand, please. Desiree and Arizona. In addition to receiving the Commissioner's Cup trophy, Arizona will receive a scholarship donation from All-State in recognition of this great achievement. I also want to recognize the recipients of the 4th annual Bob Bowlesby Award, given to student athletes who exemplify leadership and achievement both on and off the field. This year's honorees are Johnny Kulo from Arizona State swimming and diving, Olivia Miles from TCU women's basketball, and Juliet Laraquente Hubner from Cincinnati track and field. Congratulations to each of you. Let's give them a hand. It was also a great year for the Big 12 off the field and court. This is my 4th media days, and I've always viewed our path forward in 3 phases: stabilize, build, and grow. We are now in full growth mode, and one of our top priorities is to create value for our member institutions. Sponsorship revenue this year was up 182%, and in the coming weeks we will share more news to continue that momentum. But today, I have a very special announcement. Last year, we entered a partnership with Monster Energy to be the official energy drink of the Big 12. And today, we build on that with Monster Energy becoming the entitlement partner of Big 12 football and Big 12 basketball regular seasons. Monster Energy represents drive, edge, ambition, qualities that mirror our student athletes and the Big 12 Conference. Our multi-year partnership is a first of its kind, built on the right brand and cultural alignment. Monster Energy is the #1 energy drink domestically and will take this conference to places it has not been before. The global nature of who they are aligns with our global aspirations. Monster Energy is sold in approximately 159 countries. During the regular season, Big 12 football, men's and women's basketball will be branded as Monster Energy Big 12 football and Monster Energy Big 12 basketball for all conference-controlled assets and platforms. A co-branded Monster Energy and Big 12 Conference logo will be featured on football and basketball jerseys, fields, and courts, with additional integration across conference digital and social media channels. Mitch Covington, Monster Energy's Global Chief Partnership Officer, is here with us today to celebrate this partnership along with his colleagues. Mitch, please stand up. Mitch, we've been friends. Let's give Mitch a big hand, please. Mitch and I have been friends for years, and Mitch, I appreciate your growing support of the Big 12 Conference. Trust me when I say this to you, we will deliver big for you and Monster Energy. Thank you for everything. Mitch will be available today if any of you have any questions regarding our partnership. As we turn the page to the upcoming football season, our momentum continues to build as we remain patiently aggressive in everything we do. We're excited to welcome 4 new football coaches this year: Colin Klein at Kansas State, Eric Morris at Oklahoma State, Jimmy Rogers at Iowa State, and Morgan Scalley at Utah. The Big 12 again will be the conference of quarterbacks, with 6 returning starters and one of the strongest portal classes in the country at the position. Our competitive depth will fuel another exciting run to the Big 12 championship at AT&T Stadium in Arlington and position multiple Big 12 programs firmly in the college football conversation, playoff conversation. We will also use our championship game to celebrate America 250. This fall, we'll also introduce live replay review conversations, building on live replay center look-ins that were introduced last year. And we will also open a new replay operations center in 2027, as previously announced. We'll continue to strengthen our partnership with the NFL, further developing our 4 core principles of officiating, flag football, international growth, and driving innovation across all levels of the game. Over the next 12 months, I look forward to working with my fellow P4 commissioners on issues that affect all of us, including the future of a college football playoff. We've begun formal discussions around expansion and the right format moving forward. I've said it before, more access is needed, as too many great teams are still left out. I've also said before, we still need to work through the economics and scheduling and address any unintended consequences. There's been a lot of movement on the Hill. I want to applaud Senators Cruz and Cantwell for introducing the Protect College Sports Act. This bipartisan legislation represents an important step toward a more consistent national approach, providing a strong foundation for greater stability, clearer standards, and meaningful protections for our student athletes. I plan on being on the Hill next week to have further discussions regarding the bill and its refinement. We just completed year one of the College Sports Commission, and like any startup, there have been challenges. However, I'm encouraged by the foundation in place and the discussions around the adjustments we are addressing for year two. I also want to commend Charlie Baker and the NCAA as they embrace reform in key areas, including eligibility and tampering, reflecting the broader changes shaping college athletics. Sports betting remains an industry-wide concern. We are extending our partnership with IC360 to monitor activity and expand education and support for our student athletes. There has never been a better time than right now to be part of this conference. We look forward to moving ahead as 16 strong and leveraging our scale and collective influence within college athletics to deliver monster moments all year long. Our conference goal is to be great every day for our student athletes and for our member institutions. I want to thank you all for being here, and I'll take some questions. Thank you.
Third row, over here.
Hi, Commissioner. I'm Jared Ramirez from RedRaidersports.com. I was wondering...
How are you today?
Good. How are you?
Good.
I'm always excited to be here.
Well, I'm thrilled you're here today.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Just curious if throughout the Brendan Sorsby situation, if you supported Texas Tech at any point throughout that, and if that changed, what may have caused you to change your mind on that?
Let me start off by saying I appreciate the question. I appreciate other questions that are probably going to come forth today. Today is not the time to address that issue. Today is about celebrating the upcoming football season and celebrating our 16 schools. But I appreciate the question, so thank you.
All right, we'll go front row here.
Hey, Commissioner. Nick Hamilton, Nightcast Media. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Doing great.
Good.
Wanted to ask you mentioned about expansion and being able to obviously expand the conference and obviously the game of college football. What steps do you need to take to be able to expand but not have an overkill and be able to get on one accord with the rest of the conferences to be able to try to make that happen?
Are you talking about expansion from a standpoint of member institutions?
Member institutions, yes.
Okay, so the only way I'm going to address that is I love the makeup of our conference right now. You know, you think about the composition of the Big 12. We've added 8 institutions over the last 3 to 4 years. Okay, it's taken a lot of time and effort to build cohesion. I think we're finally there. I don't think as a conference we're the best version of ourselves. We've got some work to still do, but we're well on our way. And as I said in my closing comments, there's never been a better time to be part of this conference than right now. But thank you for the question.
Over here in the blue.
Hey, Mr. Commissioner, Hutchins from the Quad City Times. How important is it for Big 12 schools to continue playing out-of-conference rivalry games in football? And does that change if you go to a 10-game schedule?
I'm sorry. Can you say that again? I didn't hear that. Just speak into the mic a little bit more.
Yeah. How important is it to continue playing out-of-conference rivalry games?
Well, I think out-of-conference games are critically important. You know, Scott Draper and I discuss that all the time. And we'll continue to discuss that on a go-forward basis. You mentioned something about 10 conference games or no?
How does it, does that change? If you go to 10 games, does it change the willingness to play out-of-conference rivalry games?
Well, listen, as it relates to 10 conference games, it's something I brought up at the spring business meetings, and that will be predicated on where we end up or not in the college football playoff expansion. All those variables are interconnected, if you will, and we'll address them when we need to. But out-of-conference games are critically important.
This gentleman here in the second row.
Good morning, Commissioner. AP Stedham of ABS.
Nice to see you.
Yes, sir. Commissioner, what did you learn about the evaluation process for the college football playoff that you want to tell your member institutions? And what are your feelings about the college football playoff and the number of teams that are involved at this point?
Well, the college football playoff obviously is something that's been top of mind for me for quite some time, and we've talked about different formats and how do you expand it or not. And that work really in earnest is starting now. I just returned a few weeks ago from Colorado where the management committee came together and we started discussing what the possibilities might look like. And as I said in my opening comments, we need more access. I'm a firm believer in that. The Big 12 is a firm believer in that. Where that takes us, I can't tell you today. I don't have a crystal ball. But I want more access. And I think that's the right thing for us to consider. And we're doing the appropriate due diligence right now. But thank you for your question.
Gentleman in the back.
Mitch Harper, KSL Sports. Brett, sorry, I get a little bit of feedback. You mentioned international games and things like that. What other locations or how big of a role is international play going to be in the league going forward?
Well, I mean, I've said it before, and I'm on the record. You know, we have global ambitions as a conference. Obviously, we're playing 2 games overseas this year. 14% of our student athletes come from outside this country, and 6 of our 16 institutions have campuses outside of the U.S. So it's something that we need to continue to do our due diligence on. I do like the NFL model and where they're going. I like the NBA and where they're going. If you think about where we've played internationally, it's pretty consistent and aligns well where the NFL and the NBA have been, and we'll see where we go in the future. But I'm excited about the possibilities. There's a lot of interest in Europe for what we do here at the Big 12, and we'll determine if, you know, what's next and what's right. But thank you for your question.
All right, the gentleman here in the purple blazer.
Yeah, Brett, Barry Trammell, to your left. Barry Trammell from the Tulsa World.
Barry, you were there in day 1 with me.
Yeah, I've been day 1 of a lot of places.
No, I know, yeah. I know. Yeah. It's good to see you.
You too. When it comes to the playoff, I mean, it appeared the Big 12 and the ACC were on the side of a 16-team format several months ago. Appears that has flipped. The desire for more access really hasn't changed. What were the factors that made you shift towards the 24? The secondary questions, if we do go 24, looks like we lose the Big 12 championship game. Is that just a collateral damage that you're willing to accept?
Well, first of all, great question. I liked 16 initially as I learned more about it. Obviously without the additional AQs, okay? When 24 became part of the conversation, we've done our own conference due diligence around it. And we think it might be a great fit for us. We discussed it most recently in our spring business meeting with our coaches. Across the board, they liked it. And we continue to have those conversations with our ADs and our presidents. We do need to understand the economics. Is there a marketplace to go to 24? We have to understand the scheduling dynamic and what that means, and the unintended consequences, which I said earlier. As it relates to our championship game, I think I've said it before, that's a huge tentpole event for us. I mean, we had over 85,000 attend last year, and our ratings were up 39%. It's a big deal for us. And there are economics that go with that champ game. So as we consider 24, we've got to look at what we have and what potentially we might gain and ultimately make the best decision for the Big 12. But everything's on the table. Thank you.
Gentleman back here.
Hi, Commissioner Robert Aronoff, Knights 24/7. My question is, with the gambling situation that the conference dealt with in the past year, we had multiple parties making multiple assertions, threats, in a courtroom, including 2 different states' attorneys kind of weighing in on what was going to happen or what should happen. What is the conference doing as you look to celebrate this year and protect the game moving forward? What is the conference doing to ensure that the resolution of these situations happens within a byline or guidelines of the conference and not in a courtroom?
Listen, I appreciate the question. I'll just start off by saying integrity for the game is critically important for all sports, for this conference. We will continue to work with our student athletes to educate them and to help guide them in this new environment. You know, when I grew up, sports betting wasn't as available as it is today. It's a different world that student athletes are growing up in, and they need to be educated. And that's the role that we are taking alongside of our member institutions. But thank you for the question.
The gentleman right here in the middle.
Donovan Bridgeford, TXA and 24 News. So I just wanted to talk about, with AT&T Stadium seeing such an international, I guess you would say, like love from everyone that's been there. What is your plan for this, with 250 celebration being there for the championship at the end of this season?
It's a great question. We have not gone to work yet on what that looks like, but that's one of our biggest moments of the year, our champ game, and everything leads to AT&T Stadium. So we think it's a perfect opportunity for us to celebrate America 250. Thank you for your question.
The gentleman here in the purple blazer. Go ahead.
Sean Dillon, Rocket Brigade. Commission, Texas Tech got fined over tortillas, and tortillas were banned outright. OSU paddles broke an noisemaker rule, has a tradition exemption. Sorsby never played a snap for the Red Raiders. Big 12 sued them anyway, while Cincinnati hasn't been yet touched. You're selling greater than 12. Why should Texas Tech fans believe it?
Can you sit? Let me come closer to you. Stand up. Ask that question again, and I'm going to give you the answer I want to give you, so go ahead.
Texas Tech got fined for tortillas, and tortillas were banned outright. OSU has had paddles that were given a noisemaker exemption back in 2012. Sorsby never played a snap for the Red Raiders, and yet there is a lawsuit. Cincinnati has yet to be touched. You're selling greater than 12. Why should Texas Tech fans believe them?
No, I didn't say greater than 12. You misquoted me. I said we're going forward as 16 strong, and that's my answer to your question. But thank you for that question. Appreciate it.
Gentleman in the black.
Hello, Brett. I'm over here.
Okay, go ahead. Nice to see you.
Good morning, sir. How are you? Will Burnett, Buff Stampede. As private equity becomes more and more prominent in the sport, a lot of universities still depend on alumni bases, fundraisers, stuff like that. Some see private equity as controversial, albeit some necessary. How do you see the future of private equity breaking in specifically into the Big 12, and what is that going to look like?
Well, that's a great question, but you might not have been reading what has been gone on in the Big 12. So we were at the forefront of private equity when I first got here. We explored all different options, from private equity to debt you name it. And each conference, each school has to do what's in their best interest. We landed in a place that I felt was a great partnership with Redbird. That's all about business development. It's not traditional private equity. So we like where we've landed. We think we're in a really good place. We have a strategic partnership with Redbird. It's all about growing the conference and taking advantage of their ecosystem. But I can't speak to where private equity lands in college athletics because every situation is different, whether it be at a conference level or at a school level. But thank you for your question.
All right, gentleman right here.
Commissioner Jamie Plunkett with 24/7 Sports. Question for you about the Protect College Sports Act. You've been vocal in support of that piece of legislation. What do you think are the specific strengths, and what would you tweak to improve it?
It's a great question. First of all, I'll start off by saying I've probably spent more time on the Hill in this job in the last 4 years than I have throughout my entire career. And it was necessary. I think when you go to people and ask for help, you're not going to get back exactly what you want. Okay, that's life. When I look at the bill, and I've had lots of conversations with Senator Cantwell and Senator Cruz. In fact, I'll be there next week. There was a lot of negotiation that was being done, a lot of horse trading that was being done. And I look at where we've landed right now as progress over perfection. Nothing's going to be perfect. But the question is, can we make progress? Are we better off with a bill than without one? So to answer your question, when I think about some of the elements of the bill that I like, it starts with agent restrictions, which we need. Federal preemption, limited liability protection, the transfer portal, eligibility, cap circumvention, just to name a few. And they're not perfect as currently written, but they will help resolve some of the chaos that's currently in the system and deliver a more stable model for collegiate athletics moving forward. Next week, I'll be on the Hill and we'll discuss areas that could be tweaked and refined. But I think at the core, there's a lot in there to like. It's not perfect, don't get me wrong, okay? But there's a lot to like. And I know, having spoken to both senators, again, it was a major negotiation. And you got to have give and take in those situations. But thank you for the question.
All right, we got time for about 2 more, so we'll take this gentleman here.
Commissioner Lynn Harrington with Stay Alive Power 5 right here. How are you doing?
Good to see you.
That's good. Good to see you too. So back in May, the Big 12 became the first Power 4 school to have all of its members sign a participation agreement. And we know that's coming with battling NIL, you know, salary cap, revenue sharing. Can you say or expand on how that's going along up until this point?
Well, listen, we did sign the participation agreement. I think signing that participation agreement shows that all of our schools share the same vision and mission for the go forward, and we want rules, and we want rules enforced. Okay, that's the message behind signing the participation agreement. On some of the adjustments that are being made at the College Sports Commission, I'm not at liberty to discuss those right now, but as I said earlier in my comments, the CFC is a startup. Like any startup, you're going to have challenges, and then you have to address those challenges. I think we've been very fluid throughout the last 6 months in addressing some of those challenges. And I think on a go-forward basis, as we think about year 2, we're going to have to probably make some more meaningful adjustments. And I'm willing to roll up my sleeves and partner with my other P4 commissioners in order to get to the right place. Thank you for your question.
Last question over here.
Good morning. My name is Nate Church. I'm with the BYU Daily Universe. I wanted to ask you, BYU fans and the team have experienced religious derogatory remarks last season. I wanted to ask you about what steps are being taken by the conference to help prevent that from happening this upcoming season.
First of all, it's a great question, and thank you for asking that question today. I can tell you I speak on behalf of my role as commissioner as well as my 16 institutions, we have a zero tolerance for that kind of behavior on a go-forward basis. Zero tolerance. And we have a meeting set up with the presidents, which make up our board, and our ADs in August to address that situation and that topic very intentionally, to make sure we are better next year. As I said in my closing comments, my goal, our collective goal, is to be great every day for our student athletes, for our member institutions, for our communities that we live in. And we plan on being better next year for sure. But thank you for that question.
All right. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate your time today.
All right, some wide-ranging and intriguing comments from one of the best leaders in sports, the commissioner of the Big 12, Brett Yormark, speaking about the need to be globally relevant, maybe the most global relevant league in all of sports. And when we come back, Louis Riddick, Dusty Dvoracek will share their thoughts on the comments of the commissioner as we continue Big 12 Media Days from Frisco, Texas. And it is so great to be alongside Louis Riddick and Dusty Dvoracek. Kevin Connors here with you. We just heard from the commissioner of the Big 12, Brett Yormark, some wide-ranging comments, including the Monster Energy entitlement sponsorship, the first of its kind, the multi-year agreement here. There's going to be a lot of branding with the Big 12 and Monster Energy, obviously lucrative, you would imagine, from a corporate standpoint. Football meets football, the need to go global and become, as Brett Yormark said, the most globally relevant league in college football. He talked about expansion of the college football playoff, potentially expansion of the Big 12 conference here as well. And then, Dusty, what I thought was interesting was, is there a marketplace to expand to 24 teams in the playoff and potentially lose out on a conference championship game?
Look, we know the 16 coaches all want playoff expansion. And I get it. I understand where they're coming from. But if you listen to Brett Yormark, and the Big 12 has shifted from 16 to 24, but he wants to see the economics. Will the money be made up that's lost from losing a conference championship game with these additional games? If there's not, I don't think they're going to want to expand.
Yeah, look, I think for me what really stood out with when he talked about his priorities being for this conference, first it was stabilizing it, then building it, and now growing it. When you talk about 38 NFL draft selections, 11 in the first 2 rounds, the style of play that this conference is putting out there for the viewers to see week in and week out, that is something I think really needs to be emphasized, because this is an exciting year. 26 is going to be an exciting year for this conference, whether it expands or not, whether or not there's a conference championship or not, whether or not the playoff expands or not. There is some quality football that's going to be played here, and Coach Yormark has done a great job of really putting this conference on a national stage.
And he said something that you were saying. He called it the conference of quarterbacks, which we know quarterbacks sell, their box office, they're what we're going to be talking about all year, and this league, it's chock full of them.
No question.
Yeah, the brands in this league are remarkable, and not just in football. Certainly in football, where you talked about it, Lewis, 38 draft picks in the NFL draft, 11 in the first round. How about the top 2 picks in the NBA draft?
There you go.
That's right.
A.J. DeBonsa and Darren Peterson from Kansas, and there were a total of 9 players taken in the first round of the NBA draft. Number 2 pick in the WNBA draft for the Big 12 as well. We're going to take a break. When we come back, the parade of coaches begins. Scott Frost of UCF will be here next.
Amazing.
matches. They used to mean a lot to win a conference championship, but some teams, BYU kind of got penalized for playing in that game last year. They lost 2 games to a top 5 team in the country and didn't get as much consideration to be in the playoff as I think they should have. They were a good team. So at some point with playoffs, the NFL doesn't have an NFC West championship game and then send them to the playoffs. The guys are getting ready for the playoffs. So if that's the end game for college football now, then we need to turn the focus to that.
What do you think about the international expansion? As far as playing games overseas, taking this game a little bit global. The Big 12's kind of at the forefront of that. Do you like that? Do you like playing games over? Do you like going over? Do you like that whole idea?
I like traveling overseas. I told you guys I'm on a red eye to Italy tonight. Our OC's getting married in Italy. I see how with the World Cup going on right now, that being back in America has kind of sparked interest in it. I think the game's so good that if we continue to push interest in other countries, I think it can grow a little bit globally. And if we get an opportunity to do it, I'd love to do it.
Awesome.
Did you watch any of the World Cup action?
We were at dinner last night, so we were kind of trying to follow it on our phones. And I'd rather talk about the first few games than that one.
Yeah, that was a little tough.
Bethune-Cookman in the opener. Give us an idea of how the game plan. When does the game planning be? You said first week of August is when the team gets going here. When does the actual game planning begin for the season opener?
Oh, we've already been looking at stuff. I never like to have a game plan in the books because, again, we got to go through fall camp and see what we have and what we're good at. But we've already been watching people, and we got a challenging beginning to our schedule. Bethune-Cookman and Georgia State and Pitt early, and then TCU I think is going to be one of the tough teams to beat in our league, and we open with them, and then somehow with only 4 away games go on the road twice in a row to start the season against 2 good teams. So we got to be ready to come out of the gate swinging, and we've certainly watched all those people, but we won't really do the game plan until that week.
You had to go play those mighty Pitt Panthers week 2, huh?
What's that?
You had to go play those mighty Pitt Panthers week 2.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Hey, man. Hey, come on. I got to plug them a little bit, but no. Look, I'm excited to watch your football team. Alonzo was, again, one of my favorite players to watch. I love teams that are secondary driven. And look, Malachi, we covered him at the draft extensively. I mean, what a freak athlete. What a guy he just looks the part. He is going to do some work down here.
He did a great job. He wasn't really on that many people's radar to start the year, and he just kept improving as the year went along. To be honest, I didn't know he had a 41-inch vertical jump or whatever he had, but he certainly played that way. And, we got some more guys that I think can be on that trajectory, and the biggest thing is we got great kids on the team right now, and they care and they're working hard, and hopefully that amounts to a lot.
There you go.
We'll find out soon enough. September 3rd is the opener. I know you're excited about the culture there at UCF, and they're excited to have you back. Coach Scott Frost, thanks so much for being with us here at Big 12 Media Day.
Hey, good to see you guys.
Enjoy Italy, by the way.
Hey, thank you.
The red eye is coming up for Coach. We'll take a break here from Frisco, Texas. When we come back, we'll chat with the second longest tenured head coach in the Big 12. Baylor's Dave Aranda joins us on the other side of this.
campus of Baylor University in McLean Stadium. And they say complete.
The ball is out, and Keaton Thomas takes it the other way. Touchdown, Baylor.
We are here in hour 2 of our coverage of Big 12 Media Days from Frisco, Texas. And it's so great to be joined by the man entering his 7th season as the boss in Waco, second longest tenured head coach in the Big 12, Baylor head coach Dave Aranda. What does it mean, Coach, to you, and we appreciate you taking the time to be with us, what does it mean to you to have that kind of longevity at a program like Baylor in a league like the Big 12?
I'm blessed. I'm humbled to represent Baylor. I'm excited to be with this group of guys. They're good culture guys that have an edge to them and love ball. And so we've put in a lot of work since from January to now. I'm excited about what can happen here.
You know, Coach, not a lot of returning production on the offensive side, but nobody wants to hear about that, right? They just want to hear about the results. And obviously, on the offensive side of the football, it always starts with quarterback.
Yeah.
So what did you see in DJ? What have you seen in DJ? What do you expect to see, considering all the turnover on the offensive side of the ball in and of itself? But what have you seen from him in particular?
He's very driven. There is a huge chip on his shoulder. And I could see on the recruiting trip and even prior to the recruiting trip, just the communication leading up to the trip, I could see someone that just wanted to be free. Like if it's a straitjacket maybe, of just someone that's just kind of just all boxed in, boxed up, and just wanted to be free, express himself, play free. And I think he felt that when he was at Baylor. And really, since he's been at Baylor from January till now, is he's smiling more, he's open more, he's engaging with teammates more, he's taking the O-line out to eat, right? He's taking the receivers off to here to go 7-on-7, and they're at his house watching film, and so he's just totally engaged, totally driven. And so guys are connected to him, and they want to play for him, and they don't want to let him down.
Health-wise, he had some issues there, different things. How is his health?
This is the first offseason he's ever been through. Yeah, so we have 2 football schools, winter and summer, and then the spring ball. Then we have virtual reality. A lot of teams have virtual reality, but they emailed us about a month ago saying that, Dave, you guys are setting the world record for hours on the virtual reality machine, and that's all him.
Yeah.
And so he's just so driven to get it right. You know, on that thing, you can fast forward. So, like, when you're on the field, it slows down, you know, kind of what you're seeing in the virtual reality deal. And so he's all about it. And so I'm happy to be an aid on his journey. And I so much want him to do all the things, but do it for him. And not about, you know, for us too, but not do it to prove someone wrong or to prove any of that, but to prove him right.
I'm interested in what you said about him just kind of like wanting to be free. Because, you know, in talking to him down in Gainesville, he did seem like someone, and this is not a knock on the kid because I loved him.
Yes.
But he did seem like someone who was very cognizant of how am I coming off?
Yes.
How am I answering this question? Is this the right way to answer it?
Yes.
And I was just like, big man, look at you. You're a dude. Just do you.
Yeah.
What gave you that? How did you pick up on that?
Right away.
Did he express that himself?
No, but right away. The first 3 weeks was that.
Yeah.
And we had a team run, and there was he came and met me in the office after the team run, about 3 weeks in, and was really emotional, and just a lot of like the baggage that he'd been carrying from the previous couple seasons.
Uh-huh.
And I'm so fortunate that happened, and ever since then it's been like trust and just been much more candid and much more just open with how he feels and what's in his mind, and I'm you know, to have that, I think it's the starting point. You know, we always know, like, hey, you build the person first, you build the relationship, and then from there now you can build the player.
Yeah.
And so I think those first 2 areas we put in a lot of work.
It's so important to have a great quarterback. We've spent a good portion of this conversation talking about DJ. How do you manage not having it be all about DJ, not heaping all of this pressure on him entering the season?
We have to run the ball. You know, one of the mistakes from me last year was this team, money-wise, was built outside in, where football is won inside out. You know, I think our receiver room was probably the highest paid room in our league. You know, and there is some results we got from that, but the monies from this year and the attention from this year, from the very beginning, has been on the line of scrimmage, O-line and D-line. So, hey, the offense has got to play, and we've got everyone targeted right. Defense is not falling down. They're all where they need to be. We run the ball. We've got to get 3.5 to 4 yards on that run, right? Last year we got 1 yard, so we had to throw the ball to kind of open stuff up or overcome. Where if we can run the ball, if they're where they need to be and we're where we need to be, and we get 3.5 to 4 yards running the ball, now we're passing it when we want to, not because we have to. And so it starts with running the ball.
I'm fascinated by what you just said, because I'm sure when you got into coaching, managing a pot of money was probably not on there.
Yeah.
How much have you learned in that regard, how to put a roster together? I mean, you used to be in a front office, and how you distribute that money to build an entire team. What's that been like as a head coach?
Yeah, it's been difficult because it changes. Before there wasn't a cap. Right. And there was, we were late to the party of NIL. Then we get to the party, and there really isn't a cap. Then there is a cap, and we go by the cap, and there's other people that aren't going by the cap. And so it really becomes like, how much money are we talking? How much money do we got? Mm-hmm. Because that money that you have to spend it on players that are playing the game. Right. You can make a mistake of playing freshmen to win a recruiting battle, especially in the state of Texas. It's very difficult to win recruiting battles. So you can spend money to win a recruiting battle, but if that player is not playing and there's a limited number that you have, you're not doing your team justice. So every penny that we got is on for people that are playing the game. And so that's a lesson that I learned the hard way. And so it's invested in the O-line, D-line to start, and then building it out from then, but all on players that are playing.
It's interesting that you say, look, we have to pay the guys who are going to be playing, which means player selection is critical, right? Doing your due diligence is critical. One of the ways in which you can kind of reduce the chances of not being wrong is bringing in people that you know, right? So you bring in a new defensive coordinator.
Yes.
You know that you need to improve on that side of the ball.
Yes.
And with Coach Klanderman, he brings in some guys that he's obviously familiar with. How has that panned out? How has that looked to you through
really
the spring?
strong? Yeah. Season last year was a disappointment. Mm-hmm. One of the advantages from that is that you have longer to evaluate prospects. And really, what's hard with the transfer portal is you identify a guy, and there's 48 hours he signed up. High school guys will take trips, 4 or 5 trips, and then sign. If there's a transfer portal guy, they could be signing on their first trip, or they could be signed prior to even getting in the portal, Mm-hmm. And so to do your homework and to find guys, talk to every coach. Has he been a captain, right? What type of guy is he, right? And to get guys that are good culture guys, that love ball, that have got an edge, got a chip on their shoulder, like the gym rat guys. Yep. I feel like we've hit on those guys. And a lot of those guys, like Ryan Davis, for example, has come from Kansas State that Joe could speak on. And so I think we hit on a lot of those guys on defense and offense.
How's Hosea Wheeler looked? Obviously you're talking about culture guys, right? He comes from the ultimate culture place.
Yes.
So what has he brought that
leadership,
you liked? Yeah.
Leadership. He knows what it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if there's anything that's lagging in the weight room, he's one of the first guys to speak up about it. He's on our leadership council. So when he speaks in our room, everyone listens to him. And so he's been a great advantage for us to have on our team.
Coach, you finished the season at BYU, home to Texas Tech, at Houston.
Yeah.
1 week at a time. I understand all that. It's July here. We're talking about the end of the year. But how does that gauntlet shape the importance of the first 9 games of the season?
Well, I look at like that. Our first game is versus Auburn, and it's in the Superdome. We have to, we got video of the locker room. Like, hey, this is what it looks like. This is what it looks like on the walk out to the field. This is what it looks like on the field from where our stretch is going to be. This is what it looks like on the 50 when you take the field. And so, like, how we walk on that field is going to mean so much, right? And it's going to determine, in a lot of ways, how we're going to walk off of it. The type of confidence we have, man, we're owning this space. Like, everything we've done has put us in position to win this thing. Let's do this. I showed the staff the pictures of New York after the Knicks won, right? Their parade. You guys see that?
Oh, yeah.
Of just everyone. They're on the light posts, and they're all on the streets, and they're all up on the overhangs and everything. It's like, we could do something like that in Waco, man. Like, what would the Waco version of this look like? And you have to have that vision to begin. And the guys have to believe. Our guys believe. But to have that type of confidence that transfers over when we take the field, right, in that first game, because we've got to build that mojo that's going to help us in that last part of the season.
It does indeed all begin with Auburn, and there's excitement in Waco for a new season of Baylor football. Coach Dave Aranda, thanks so much for the time here today.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it.
Baylor Bears gearing up for a brand new season of college football. We'll take a break. Coach Aranda, the second longest tenured head coach of the Big 12. When we come back, one of the 4 new coaches in the Big 12. We'll chat with Oklahoma State's Eric Morris right after this.
Hey, thank you. That was a pleasure.
Oklahoma State. Nice hit. Oh, what a hit. Field celebrates a defensive touchdown. Touchdown, Oklahoma State.
We're back in Frisco, Texas. Big 12 football media days, and one of the great stories in college football last season was the job done in Denton, Texas by Drew Mestemaker, Caleb Hawkins, Wyatt Young, and Coach Eric Morris, and that 12-2 season and the win in the New Mexico Bowl and the trip to the American Championship game catapults you into the job at Oklahoma State. And, Coach, it's great to have you here with us. How would you describe what the past year has been like for you?
Fast and furious. I think, the day after the championship game, we flew to Stillwater, my family and I, and had the press conference. And then, the last 7 months, fast and furious, being able to set, all the standards, the expectations that you want in your program. And I think it takes a little bit of time to really figure out the dynamics of every new spot, the donor relations, what your NIL budget's like, what recruiting's like, what your roster's like. And so this last week's my first week that I've had off, and so a lot of much-needed decompression time.
With coming in and really trying to kind of reignite a program that really struggled last year. Obviously, you have to go through all the other things that you just talked about off the field. but what you were hired for really is building that roster, right, and getting it together. So what were some of the things that you – look, obviously you brought in a lot of players from North Texas. What did you tell your staff? Look, this is what we got to get. These are the must-haves coming into this season in order for us to hit the ground running and have some chances of having success here right out of the gate.
Yeah, we need a tough football team. And so, I think this will be the third time that I've been brought to a program to rejuvenate it, right? And going into a program and rebuilding it, starting at Incarnate Word that first year and being able to, get some key guys like Cam Ward and some of those guys was important early, right? Yeah. And then moving into North Texas, I think, it was a program that had a little bit of success. They were coming off a bowl win. And so we just needed to plug and play and move some pieces around. Now, right now, I felt like this place needed a total reset. 2 straight years without a conference win, which is something when you think about Oklahoma State in the last 20 years, it's just almost unfathomable for me. And so, obviously important getting the quarterback, the running back, Wyatt Young, our receiver, but you don't win offense with just skill guys, right? You need some big boys up front. And so for me, it was important up front that we established good players on the line of scrimmage on both sides of the football, right? And I think why we were so good last year is we defended the run well, and then also we were able to run the football. And so we've spent a ton of time. I know I have a Mike Leach background and an Air Raid background, but we've really invested into running the football.
You were a hot name in the coaching searches, but it was Oklahoma State that was a landing spot. What was it about Stillwater, that program, that drew you to there?
Yeah, when me and my wife sit down and talk about it, I think it was just a spot where we really wanted to raise our family. We have 2 young boys, a 10-year-old and a 6-year-old. We're both from small communities. So really important to surround them with people that were genuine and that we're going to do things the right way and have their backs in so many different ways, right? And obviously I spend a lot of time away from my kiddos with the job that I have right now. And so it was important for my wife to be in a place, where she felt loved and safe and had a ton of support around her. And so it was a place that fit us. We're small town people. And then also, as a player and a coach, I've played there numerous of times. Like Stillwater on Fire is not a fun place to go into Boone Pickens for a night game.
Mm-hmm. It's such a transitional time for players in college football, but 60-plus new players into the program, transfers into the program. Just help us understand what it's like acclimating that type of group not only into a new program, but into a new school.
Everything's expedited, right? And I think our kids live in that world, in the world of instant, stuff. Everything's at their fingertips with technology nowadays. And so I think they're used to operating fast. Now, I think the one thing that we've changed is we've been really intentional about making these kids spend time together. Because I think, nowadays kids are addicted to technology and their phones and video games, and they don't spend good quality time really to be able to build relationships with one another. And so we've gone back old school, right? And we all sit together. We have breakfast together. We have breakout groups. I make them interactive. You have to talk to one another. We've done a lot of fun stuff, where we're playing wiffle ball tournaments. We're having swim parties at my house. And so just spending really good, intentional time together, because I think they have to know one another if they're going to go out and sacrifice for one another on Saturdays.
And that's a common theme that coaches talk about, the fact that the team building aspect of things is more critical now than it's ever been, right? And having guys who are great communicators or willing to become great communicators is important. So tell us a little bit about Drew Messmaker, because people in the football world know who he is, but now he's playing in the Big 12. Now he's going to have the spotlight on him. You guys brought in a lot of new players. He had a great season last year. He looks the part of a guy who I'm going to be talking about in the draft here soon. What do you get? What is the Big 12 getting in Drew Messmaker?
I'll tell you, it was cool for me. He went to the Manning Passing Academy a couple weeks ago, and obviously I got some text messages about how talented he was, but I got so many text messages from friends and colleagues about how humble he was, how good of a human he was, how well he communicated. They make him coach out there, how good he was with the younger generation and trying to help them. And so I think, that's a position that can make your whole entire team better. Mm-hmm. And so I think he's developing those qualities. It's crazy for me to sit back and think he's only played 15 games in his whole entire career. That includes high school that he started. He hadn't started a game since his 9th grade B team year. And so with that said, there's so much room for improvement and because he just doesn't have those reps, right? And so I think you're going to see a big leap in him this year in growth in year number 3 in this offense, and then obviously the experience that he's gained over these last 15 games.
He's also got an excellent running back, Caleb Hawkins, 29 total touchdowns last season, and he's going back to his home state in the state of Oklahoma. Was under-recruited, you guys located him, and now he's obviously flourishing. Where do you anticipate his game continuing to grow now that in the Big 12?
Yeah, those numbers are crazy, and it's crazy to think he didn't play the first 3 games. So, Washington State is the first game we played him at the end of the game when we had a big lead, and so I handed the ball to him 8 straight times. He made 7 people miss, and he ended up scoring a touchdown where he made 3 people miss on the touchdown. So we're going back to review the film the next morning, and all the coaches are looking at each other like, guys, we got to get this guy on the field a little bit more, right? Next week was against Army. I think he ended up having 25 carries and 5 touchdowns that game. And so just a workhorse. The cool thing about Caleb, he's never had an offseason, small, from a small town, 3-sport athlete. And so, he's gained 22 pounds of muscle. He's gotten faster. And so I think we're just seeing, the born of another star.
It's not just, we talk about offense, obviously, all of the time, and quarterback play is going to be something we talk about in this conference in particular because of the number of playmakers. But on defense, you bring over Coach Cassidy, you bring in some guys on the defensive side of the football. What were your priorities there? What positions did you want to address right away that, again, were must-haves as you get this thing rolling?
Well, first and foremost, I felt, learning what defensive style plays best with the offense that we run and how aggressive we are. I also want an attacking style defense. And so I think Coach Cassidy was one of the biggest reasons that we had the big jump last year. Our defense improved so much over last year. Both Coach Cassidy and Coach Sabota, who runs our special teams, those are 2 areas that we won football games in. And so with that said, we want to be able to get after the passer a little bit, and we got to stop the run. And so I really like our group at our edges right now. I think we have 6 or 7 guys that can really affect the game, starting with Jaleel Johnson, who we brought with us today, that I thought was probably the most dominant defensive player that we had over the course of spring ball.
Coach, you mentioned Mike Leach early in our conversation here. You played your college ball under him, certainly in the Big 12, a legendary coach in college football. A legendary coach. How did he shape the football man that you are?
Yeah, I would say more so than the X and O's, just the toughness that he instilled in us, right? And Mike believed that nobody was bigger than the program, and so he made everybody be accountable to what we were responsible for each and every day. And so I think those are how I run my program day to day. So I'd say more internal influence as opposed to, he'd be so mad at me for how much I run the football right now. He'd talk so much trash to me about how dumb that was. So other than, learning, the air raid and how to, get through the progressions and all the stuff that he's taught quarterbacks for years, I think just day to day how he internally ran his program with a lot of toughness and discipline.
You guys have a group text, all the Leach disciples. The coaching tree is just massive.
Yeah, we do, and we always did midnight maneuvers, which is mat drills at night with Leach, and everybody hated them as assistant coaches. You go from, 10 p.m. until 11:30 at night, and I'm the only one that still does it. So that group message always goes off like, holy smokes, I can't believe you're still doing these things at nighttime.
Well, it gets started September 5th on the road at Tulsa. You get Oregon in your dojo the following week. The Eric Morris era is underway in Stillwater. Coach, thanks so much for the time and good luck this season.
Appreciate you having me. Go Pokes.
Thanks, Coach.
Oklahoma State head coach Eric Morris with us here at Big 12 Media Days from Frisco, Texas. We'll take a break. Many more coaches on the way, and we'll also be chatting with Oklahoma State quarterback Drew Mestemaker on the way.
long edge.
Day one of Big 12 Media Days presented by Monster Energy. We've got a great scene here, great vibe as they continue playing the fight songs for the programs that are featured today. And we talked about it at the beginning of the show, how many athletes were drafted from this league into the NFL, a record 38 players. And it was very impressive, of course. We had 3 top 10 players. We talked about Texas Tech having all of that success with the 9 players drafted into the NFL, 11 players in the first and second rounds. And since we have Louis Riddick here, who is our draft expert, I'll go to you on this, Louis. You talked to Eric Morris just a few moments ago. I heard you talking about Drew Mestemaker, how you're going to be keeping an eye on him. Who else will you be watching this season from the Big 12 Conference as it pertains to maybe hearing their name in the 2027 NFL Draft?
Yeah, I'm early on in my evaluation of some of these guys that are going to be coming out. But when you think of some who just kind of jump off the page at me, look, running backs, I think in particular, are a position that has become of increasing importance in the NFL because of the fact that these guys are home run hitters. They're the guys who control games on the ground. L.J. Martin from BYU has to be someone that you have to consider as being a guy who you want to really keep an eye on coming into this season because of the fact that he is a dude who can hit the home run, get tough yards after contact. He's really improved his ability to catch the ball. Run with the ball after the catch. Look, Messmaker is going to be one of those guys who you're going to look at and you go, look, Coach Morris has talked about the fact that he is still so green and still has a lot of development still yet to go. The quarterback position overall is going to be a position that people are going to want to look at. Noah Fafita is someone who you just absolutely love in this conference because of how smooth, controlled, how he sees the field. So there's a number of different guys. I'm like I said, I'm still early on in this evaluation process, and I'll have some more names as we really start getting into this. But I think overall, this league, like I said, is chock full of talent.
I'll throw some defensive players at you. Go back to BYU. Isaiah Glasker, edge player, long, 6'5", rangy linebacker, can blitz off the edge, really good in pass coverage. I love A.J. Holmes at Texas Tech. I think he's one of the premier disrupting defensive tackles in all of college football. He's going to be on a lot of preseason All-American lists. He's going to be preseason All-Big 12, but just a game disruptor. Got some real twitch to him. So I'm a big fan of his. Bryce Pollock also at cornerback. Guy knows how to go get the football. I know you love those DBs. They can go make plays on the football. So, again, there's a reason that Texas Tech and BYU are at the top of this league right now because they are chock full of a lot of NFL talent. So I think that, defensively, both of those teams have a lot of players that are going to be getting ready to hear their names called next year's NFL Draft.
38 players from the Big 12 last season heard their name called in the NFL Draft. We expect there to be a ton more this coming season. We'll take a break here from Frisco, Texas. We've got UCF quarterback Alonzo Barnett set to join us here as we continue on from Frisco after this. We're back at Big 12 football media days. You know, 1 year ago, Alonzo Barnett was the Sun Belt Player of the Year. He's transferred from James Madison over to UCF, and now he's teaming up with Scott Frost, looking to turn the Knights program around. The quarterback of UCF spoke with our Sidney Jones earlier today.
We're joined by UCF quarterback Alonzo Barnett III. AB, appreciate you joining us today.
Thanks for having me on, Sidney.
Absolutely. First Big 12 Media Days for you. How's it been going so far?
It's been good. I mean, it's a great experience just being here in Dallas. I've never been here before and seen the Star in person, so I'm loving it so far.
You know, you had a lot of opportunities after leading James Madison to the college football playoff. Why was UCF the right move for you this year?
I'd say just, you know, the people, the family-like atmosphere. I really enjoyed my time at James Madison, so, you know, just inherently I look for a little bit of James Madison and the places that, you know, I was recruited by, and that's what I felt the most at UCF, and that's just off the field, on the field. I think Coach Frost and the rest of the staff, the pedigree that they have coaching quarterbacks is what struck me the most.
Yeah, Coach Frost has coached a ton of great offenses. So what's just impressed you the most about him so far this offseason?
I mean, he's really like a player's coach. Like, as somebody that you're willing to go out there and put your all on the field and put it on the line for. And he truly cares and builds relationships with everybody, not just, you know, on the field, but off the field as well.
You know, you've played a lot of football, you've won a lot of games. How has your experiences really just shaped you into the quarterback you are today and the leader you are in the locker room?
I mean, I think, you know, looking back on my career, I've been through a little bit of everything. I've been on scout team as a true freshman, redshirted. I've been benched, and I've had an injury as well. And just being able to bounce back from all of that, I believe, has, you know, led me, you know, to the position and really crafted me into who I am today.
You know, building chemistry with your offense obviously doesn't happen overnight. So how have you approached just being able to build that this offseason and develop it over time?
You know, I really, especially, you know, trying to go into a new place, I've really tried to lead by my actions, show the guys that I care, and really be an observer and learn, you know, what it means to be a Knight, what makes people click, what they like, what they don't like, what they respond to. So I think that's been my biggest thing, just observing and leading by action.
You know, the offseason is dwindling down here, so what can fans expect this fall from UCF?
They can expect an exciting brand of football, a tough brand of football as well, and, you know, they'll truly see, you know, how much we enjoy each other and the brotherhood that we have.
Oh, well, AB, appreciate you joining us. Best of luck this season.
Thanks for having me on.
Reigning Sun Belt Player of the Year, Alonzo Barnett, now at UCF. He joins Jalen Rayner, who comes over out of the Sun Belt as well. He's going to be the quarterback there at Iowa State this season here. A former five-star in DJ Lagway from Gainesville, now to Waco. Drew Mestemaker, obviously, we've spoken about. Lewis, returning players like Noah Fafita, Connor Wegman, Bear Bachmeier, Avery Johnson, another season at Kansas State, and I know one guy you're very high on as well, Devin Dampier. The depth at the quarterback position in this league is incredible.
It's absolutely sick if you ask me. That's why I keep saying it, and I'm going to keep saying it over the next 2 days. You want to watch good quarterback play, exciting quarterback play, dual-threat quarterback play. The Big 12 is for you. Noah Fafita has been lighting it up ever since he stepped foot in Arizona. He's just as smooth as can be. Bear Bachmeier, I mean, he's just that. He's a bear. He's a guy who, once you get down inside the 20, you better be ready for quarterback draw, quarterback power, because he'll just run you right over. Dampier is just electric as far as his ability in the RPO game. Connor Wegman, I didn't know Connor Wegman had that kind of running ability. You throw on Houston tape from last year and you're going, wait a second. This guy had a touchdown run against Baylor where he's running quarterback power to the left, cuts it back all the way across field for about a 40-yard touchdown run. I'm going, I never saw that at Texas A&M. But, I mean, these guys are just absolutely lighting it up. And then the newcomers that are coming in, look, there's one guy we haven't mentioned yet. Because he comes from Harvard University. Jaden Craig is going to be the new quarterback at TCU for Sonny Dykes. This guy looks like Jordan Love. I'm just telling you, that's what he looks like. His smoothness in the pocket, his ability to throw the deep ball, his ability to throw the football outside the pocket, it is second to none. Arizona State, Cutter Boley, the kid who comes over from Kentucky, who had a relationship with Kenny Dillingham, who had recruited him before. This is a guy who, look, you're not hearing a whole lot about him right now, But I think as Arizona State gets going and you wind up seeing them play some games, he's going to be a guy who's going to catch your eye. J.C. French, go to Cincinnati from Georgia Southern. There's a lot of quality players, Dusty.
Michael Hawkins Jr. goes from Oklahoma to West Virginia. I'll be intrigued to see if he wins that job, skill set-wise, matches what Rich Rod has had success with. But you're so right. Whether it's guys that are proven this league, new guys coming in, ton of excitement, ton of buzz at the quarterback position.
And you know what? The one who we've already talked about a little bit with Coach Aranda, but DJ Lagway, last year when I saw him play, they played Texas down in the swamp, and they won down there, and he had his full complement of wide receivers. This kid, I'm telling you, like 2 years ago when you saw them beat Ole Miss at the end of the season in the swamp, that really kind of knocked Ole Miss's season out of whack. Lane Kiffin told us when they were getting ready to play Florida this year, this is the one guy that keeps me up at night. When you play against quarterbacks like this who can take over football games, there's the game right there.
Yep.
He keeps you up at night. I don't know what happened during his time in Florida outside of the injuries and not being able to practice in the spring and not really being able to develop, but I sure hope Coach Aranda is able to get him going, because if he were to sit here on this stage right now, you would sit there and go, that's the number one pick in the draft.
Top 10 pick.
That's the number one pick.
Yeah.
So it just shows you the fine line between being able to translate your physical ability into on-the-field production at quarterback in particular is just such on a razor's edge.
And what I loved about what Dave Aranda said the most, he's healthy. He went all through this spring, this offseason. That wasn't the case at Florida. He's banged up. He had, we talked about the soft tissue stuff, but he had the shoulder. He didn't even go through fall camp last year. He was just kind of thrust in at the beginning of the season. If he's truly healthy and mentally in a good place and confident, you throw him now and Jake Spavital's offense, it's wide open. He's going to have receivers to get the football to. I cannot wait to see what's on tap for DJ Lagway, because to your point, from a skill set standpoint, he can stand toe-to-toe with anybody, not just in this league, but anybody in the country. So,
and yet I thought it was notable that Dave Aranda pointed out, we got to run the football.
Yeah.
You can't put all the pressure on DJ Lagway to resurrect this program right off the bat. Dusty, one other quarterback that we haven't talked about at all yet here today, and that's at Colorado, Juju Lewis, who the talent is there. We haven't necessarily seen it yet, but there is a lot more talent joining him, particularly on the outside this year.
They got wide receivers galore. It's interesting you say that. I was a radio show this morning. I had a guy on from Colorado. I asked him about Juju Lewis. He said, well, first off, he has to win the job. Isaac Wilson, I guess, is there, and he's really pushing, so it'll be interesting to see. We had a chance to talk to Coach Prime today, but this is a guy who should have just graduated high school. He reclassified last year when he was a true freshman. Very young, rough around the edges, but he can flat out throw it. Had their opener last year against Georgia Tech. When you talk to the staff at that point, there was a real question if he was going to wind up winning the starting job. So, I just think that getting acclimated, getting comfortable in this new system, they bring in Brendan Marion. They're going to run that go-go offense, and you're right, they have wide receivers, that they hit via the transfer portal, bringing guys back. But I just, the biggest thing for him is going to be to get confident, to get comfortable in this system, and then we're going to get a chance to see if we're going to, he can live up to that hype and expectation. This is a five-star kid that everybody in college football wanted. He chose to go to Colorado, so I can't wait to see if they can untap what his potential is.
Yeah, I think you hit on something. Look, got to see Julian play last year and talk to Dion, Coach Prime. I still call him Dion, old teammates. But he had his questions. He had his questions about what exactly was the makeup of Julian. Exactly what would he be able to bring to the table in the most high pressure of moments? Could he continue to deliver down in and down out, game in and game out? And I think this year with him, once again, kind of retooling this whole roster, retooling the coaching staff, bringing in Coach Marion, bringing in two wide receivers, quite honestly, in Cam Perry and Danny Scudero. Look, he's got some guys who can go now on the outside, who he can get the ball to. Look, Danny Scudero, you would say he is a poor man's Tyreek Hill, the way in which he was utilized at San Jose State out of the backfield in the slot, just ripping people apart. This is another one of those seasons. Look, it's always a time of hope in Boulder because of how Dion changes over his team every year. But I think this year, they got some players on the defensive side of the football, too, now that were very, very productive. Got a linebacker out of Bowling Green who does nothing but make tackles. I think expectations for as poor as last year was, I think they're really, I think they're kind of low-key, kind of high in Colorado, considering some of the players they brought in.
Scudero, by the way, led the FBS in receiving yards last year. So there is a ton of talent coming back on the offensive side of the football. And we're going to chat with Coach Prime coming up here on Big 12 Media Days from Frisco, Texas. But first, the man who had one of the great turnarounds in all of college football a season ago, Houston head man Willie Fritz will be with us when we come back.
Houston on three. 1, 2, 3. Houston. Amari Thomas has got the first down. Touchdown, Houston.
Welcome back to hour 3 of 5 at Big 12 Football Media Days, powered by Monster Energy. Kevin Connors, Louis Riddick, Dusty Dvoracek, and the man responsible for one of the biggest turnarounds in all of the FBS a season ago. The Houston Cougars went from 4-8 in 2024 to 10-3 at a Texas Bowl victory over LSU last season. Coach Willie Fritz, thanks so much for taking the time to be with us. What are you proudest of when you look back on 2025 in its totality?
Well, you know, nowadays with how it is with, you know, trying to create your culture with I always use the analogy, you got to do it cook it like it's a microwave, not an oven. You got to do it quickly. And we really established that culture very quickly with the high school kids and the portal kids that we added, and just a lot of team chemistry, and it happened very quickly.
Yeah, look, last year on the offensive side of the football, you made dramatic improvements, right? Coach Nagel comes over. Connor Wegman we were just talking about before we came on air, I'm going, I didn't know Connor Wegman could run like that. I didn't see that when he was at College Station. And your offense just makes huge improvements. Connor looks like a guy who you're sitting there going, okay, that's a Sunday caliber quarterback right there. Talk about how the offense has looked through the spring. You rebuilt the offensive line. Like, what are you expecting here in 2026 from that side of the ball?
You know, one of the great things for Connor, this is the first time he's gone through a spring healthy. You know, every other year that he was at his previous institution, he was injured and didn't get a chance to lift weights and run in January, February, March, all the way through spring football. And it's the first time he's ran the same system 2 years in a row since high school. So I think that's going to really help him out big time. And as you guys know, football is a really complicated game nowadays. You know, when I first started, it was pretty easy. You know, even numbers to the right, odd numbers to the left, and that was about it. You had 2 or 3 personnel groupings you had to worry about. He's really smart. He's done a great job of processing what we're doing. We're adding things to the equation with him. But we're looking for him to have a great season for us.
It was a great start in the right direction last year. But you don't have one 5-star quarterback on your roster. You had 2. You bring in Keyshawn Henderson, and by some publications, #1 quarterback in the country. I think the highest rated recruit in the history of Houston. And a lot of freshmen want to come to a starting spot. How has he been in the offseason learning behind Connor, understanding his role in your program?
Yeah, we offered him a long time ago. When I was at Tulane, we offered him. And his high school coach was a guy named Michael Bishop.
Yeah,
and,
that's your guy.
Michael played for me at Blinn Junior College, and we were fortunate enough to get him. And they both bounce ideas off each other. He's willing to learn. You know, it's great to have 2 5-star quarterbacks. I've never had one. But it's great to have 2 of them who are great people and also very smart. People keep asking me, what kind of package are you going to run with Keyshawn? We're running the whole package with him. He's a smart kid. And, you know, you got to have you guys know from your days playing, you better have more than one quarterback ready to play. And, you know, you're lucky if you get through a whole year with just one guy playing the whole time. So we're excited about having 2 really good quarterbacks.
6-1 one-score games, 6-0 on the road. Some people say, well,
I'm counting 7-0.
The bowl.
Yeah,
bowl game.
Okay.
Right.
Some people say, well, you can't maintain that from year to year. I don't buy that. I hate when people say that, but like that's just luck. That's not just happenstance. There's a reason why. Talk a little bit about what is it that allows your football team to thrive in those kind of situations in 2025. Are you hopeful for the same kind of performances here in 2026 based on what you've seen so far?
You certainly want that. You know, we are a big situational football team. I've done that my whole career. I think that helps you out in those tight ball games in particular. You know, and then if you got the same coaches and the kids really understand your system and they know your expectations as far as play calling and things like that, I think that gives you a chance as well. You know, and you get down there. I've been doing this quite a while, and so have my coordinators. I think we're one of 11 schools that have got the same offensive, defensive, special teams coordinator and head coach coming back. So I think that continuity helps as well.
How's Mekhi Hughes looked? We were just talking about him. Like, it's funny how he has those great years for you at Tulane. He goes to Oregon, really kind of gets lost in the shuffle. Like, how does he seem rejuvenated? How does he look to you?
Well, he's a very soft-spoken young man, you know, and I know him really well, and sometimes I got to put him in a headlock for him to have a conversation with me. But he's really excited about being back with this system. Slade Nagel, our offensive coordinator, was his offensive coordinator. Our running back coach, Jordy Joseph, was his running back coach at Tulane. Obviously, I was his head coach. His roommate and best friend, their roommate and best friends again at Houston, Shadre Hurst, our offensive guard we got from Tulane. So, you know, he's a guy that needs reps. You know, sometimes a running back, they get stronger as the game progresses. And if you give the guy the ball 2 or 3 times, you may not see much. But if you give it to him 15, 20 times, you'll see a lot.
Yeah.
We're excited about Mekhi.
Awesome.
I'm hearing you talk about putting Mekhi in a headlock and the continuity that you have with.
I probably couldn't actually put him in a headlock.
Figurative headlock there, Coach Fritz. And, you know, I'm thinking about, I spent a lot of time talking college basketball in season and thinking about the culture that Kelvin Sampson has at your school. How do you define the culture of Houston football?
You know, one of the things, you know, that I've been proud of throughout my career is having very few issues and problems. You know, and that's by recruiting the right guys. And, you know, you got to be a great talent evaluator, but you got to be an information gatherer. And my coaches and our recruiting staff has done a tremendous job of bringing in the right guys, and that allows you to build that culture. Sometimes that's hard to put your thumb exactly what that is. When you have it, you know it. But I think a big part of it is winning the right way, and that's what we're going to do at the University of Houston.
I thought you guys played really nice defense last year for Coach Armstrong. You got to replace some guys up front. Ashton Porter comes in, and you bring in some others, but Ashton Porter in particular, has he shown you kind of in the spring what you had anticipated to step in?
Yeah, he certainly has, and that's really helped us being in the city of Houston. We get a lot of kids who go away, and then they want to come back. We're their first choice. We're the epicenter of football in the world, in my opinion. But Ashton has really picked up what we're doing well. Austin Armstrong did a great job last year putting together a defense with a lot of different players than we had the year before. So that continuity is going to help us as well. We've got the same defensive line coaches, defensive end. We got new guys on the back end as well. I think we've got a little bit more depth than what we've had. We've developed some of these high school kids that were redshirted last year that are going to be able to play for us this upcoming season.
What gets you over the hump this year against Texas Tech? Going on the road, you go to them, like you go to Utah as well.
You know, I don't look that far ahead. I know that's cliche to say, but you know, I think a secret to our success has been consistency of preparation. You know, day after day after day after day. I guess I'm a simpleton. I don't know, but I have a plan of attack. Our kids understand it. Our coaches understand it, and we're just trying to have the best workout every day, the best practice every day. Our kids would be shocked if they heard me talking about a game the third week, the fifth week, or the seventh week. So I think it's the consistency of preparation that allows us to have a chance to have success.
Absolutely.
You talked about this being vacation week for you. We appreciate you spending time on vacation week here. The season's coming up. What does Coach Willie Fritz do for downtime to unwind from football?
You know, I went out of the country for the first time in my life. We went to Costa Rica. I mean, you guys ever been there?
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
Never.
I have.
Zip lined over the pretty neat. Good, really nice place we stayed at. And, you know, then something else I was mentioning to you during the break, I'm having a reunion with all my former teammates at Pittsburgh State in Kansas on this Thursday, and we're going to have about 40 of us there. My old college coach, Ron Randleman, will be there, so there'll be some stories told, and we're all going to get better. You know, we start having a few cocktails. All of a sudden, I run a 4.5 on Thursday night.
Would you bench 425?
405.
405.
I don't want to exaggerate that much. That'd be too much.
405 is a good number, though. How was zip lining?
You know, it was really neat. It really was. You were high up there. And
yeah.
You had to put your trust in some people you didn't know, but these guys did a great job. My daughter and my son-in-law and one of my brothers, they went with me. And we had a riot. It was neat.
That's great.
Oh, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Well, look, considering you're talking about your consistency of your process, I wrote down here Fritz resume, 2 JUCO national titles, 2 FCS title games, immediate success at Georgia Southern. I remember coming down to New Orleans and talking to you. You were at Tulane. The process is working pretty good, Coach. It's working pretty good.
Well, I was lucky. I had some, you know, Coach Randleman was my college head coach. I was an assistant for him, and you know, we have high school coaches and college coaches come in and visit us all the time, and everybody's always, aren't you hesitant to have other people come in and steal your information? You know, everything I know I stole from somebody. So I've just been lucky to be around great coaches in my career.
Yeah. I had heard you made a comment, I don't know if it was here or this week, I just saw a clip. You said you came to Houston to win a national championship. Yeah. How do you just continue this same process he spoke of to get to that point?
You know, the one thing that Houston was lacking was conference affiliation. You know, now we're in a Power 4 conference, the Big 12, which I think is a great conference from top to bottom. Probably more parity in this conference than any other conference in the nation, in my opinion. So you can get it done. That was one thing we were lacking. We have it now. We've got great facilities. We just opened up a brand new football operation center. We've got 50,000 students. We've got 11,000 kids living on campus. So we got a lot of things to sell.
6-game turnaround a season ago. He's change the culture in Houston. Once ran a 4.5 on the 40 there.
No, I don't want.
And 4.05 on the bench.
4.05 on the bench. Hey,
numbers.
enjoy that
Great
time
numbers.
with your old teammates.
Oh, we'll have a good time.
Kansas City.
Thanks, Coach.
Hey, Coach Willie Fritz, thanks so much and best of luck. Good health this season.
Thank you. Go
Great talking
Cougs.
to you.
Appreciate it.
Head Coach Willie Fritz with us here at Big 12 Football Media Days. When we come back, no pressure to the fellas, but Dusty and Lewis are going to tell us their top 5 teams in the league when we come back. We're back at Big 12 Football Media Days inside this great Dallas Cowboys practice facility. Your monster moment of the day. You got the Iowa State Cyclone squaring off against the Baylor Bear. Great mascots in this league. Monster Energy, Brett Yormark, the commissioner, announcing earlier today the entitlement sponsor. First of its kind, multi-year agreement with the Big 12. It's going to be a huge part of the league's branding moving forward. And the mascots here providing our Monster Energy moment of the day. Louis Riddick, Dusty Dvoracek, Kevin Connors here with you. We've gotten to chat with some of the coaches, more on the way, including Coach Deion Sanders, Joey McGuire. Kenny Dillingham will be here as well. It's amazing, guys. It's been 6 years since the Big 12 has had a repeat champion. It speaks to the depth of the league here. So as we're considering the top 5 teams in the league here, Louis, why don't you get us started here this season? Coming into the year, who are the 5 teams to beat for you?
Yeah, I mean, this was, look, I think at the very top, obviously, considering what Texas Tech has brought in, what they bring back, just the strength of this roster. You have to start with them at number one, but BYU is just right on their heels with the number of starts, meaning the number of guys that they have on the roster and the number of starts that they've had coming back being the best in the conference. Kalani Sitake is going to field a very competitive team. Next, I have Utah. Morgan Scalley takes over. Devin Dampier is one of the most electric quarterbacks in the entire country. We've been talking about quarterbacks all day. I have them at 3. K-State, Avery Johnson, Colin Klein. I think that's going to be a heck of a combination. I love Avery Johnson. I think on the defensive side, they have killed it in the portal. They have really added some playmakers there. It's going to really be about offensive line play for them. And does Avery have enough perimeter weaponry on the outside in order to push the ball down the field? And then lastly, I have the team who's coached by the coach who was just here, and that's Houston. I think this is a football team, and I know Dusty loves them, and he's going to talk about them. But Connor Wigman, he is just someone who I'm fascinated by. I loved him at Texas A&M. He looks even better now. And they have got playmakers on the perimeter. They've got some good safeties on this football team defensively. They traveled. They have to go on the road and play some heavyweights. But those are my top 5. Texas Tech, BYU, Utah, K-State, Houston.
Yeah, Houston, Amari Thomas, one of those guys outside who was just incredible last year. So I've got the same 5 as Lewis. And this was tough, man. This was hard. It was hard for me to go 1-2. I do have Tech and BYU. But I'm going to tell you what, that is like a razor-thin margin for me. There's so much talent at Tech, and I do believe Will Hammond will find a way to come into his own. And I like Tech's schedule. I think BYU's got a tougher schedule, so I slightly put them ahead. But to me, that's a coin flip. I do have Houston 3. Willie Fritz is tried and true. And if Connor Wigman can continue to progress and develop, I think that defense gets even better. Adding a Shadre Hurst, who's going to be an all-conference type guard to go along with Mekhi Hughes, I think that's huge. It's tough to, Utah was tough for me. They had to replace 2 first-round offensive tackles.
Yeah.
I want to see exactly what that looks like for Dampier. Even defensively, they got a lot to replace on the defensive side. Lost some players to go to Michigan with Coach Whittingham. So just a couple of questions there. And I put K-State for the same reason you said. Colin Klein back in Manhattan just feels right. Especially, it just seems like he's going to be able to pull out the most of Avery Johnson. I felt bad, and I think their schedule sets up well. Arizona, it was tough for me to leave Arizona out of the top 5. And I'm big on TCU. You mentioned Jaden Craig. I'm a buyer. But if you look at TCU in particular schedule down the stretch, it is absolutely brutal. But I think you could make a case for several teams to be in that top 5. But we share the same schools, just a little bit, slightly different order.
Yeah, the parity in this conference is probably – it's never going to be exactly where you want, but it's as good as you could really hope for. A lot of that has to do, again, with the style of offense that they play, the kind of quarterbacks that are returning and quarterbacks that have come in, the quality of coaching. We just talked to Willie Fritz, and you just mentioned the fact that, look, this is a guy who's doing it the way he's always done it. He hasn't changed a whole lot as far as what he believes fundamentally because it works. He's won everywhere he's been. So what I'm saying is the quality of coaching in this league is top-notch. Just sit and talk to some of these guys. When you sit and talk to a guy like Sonny Dykes, you just love what he brings. Kalani Sitake, a guy who's just so calm and cool and collected, and BYU through and through. There's just big-time people throughout this conference with big-time players, a big-time vision as far as the way they're marketing this conference. Look, I know, we work for ESPN. We cover the Big 12 and all, and a lot of people are going to be saying, oh, you're just sitting here pumping up this conference for your job. I don't do that.
Yeah.
I don't know about anybody else. I don't do that. I'm excited about watching these teams play. And you're right. Any number of the teams in this conference could wind up sneaking on in there. I don't even have Arizona and Arizona State in there. Who knows what could wind up happening with them soon?
Dusty, 6 teams in conference had a losing record a season ago. Baylor, Kansas, UCF, West Virginia, Colorado, Oklahoma State.
Yeah.
Any one of them capable of jumping into the top 5 by the end of the season?
I think Oklahoma State intrigues me the most. And I think we're all prisoners of the Indiana moment and what we saw done there and how they do it very similar to what we're seeing Eric Morris do at Oklahoma State. And, the question I'll have is defensively, can they get the stops? But as I look at those teams, I really do think Oklahoma State, can they get in the top 5? I don't know, but can they get to 5 wins in conference, 6 wins in conference? Yeah, I think potentially that they can because I do think their offense is going to light up the scoreboard. I think they're going to put up a lot of points, and they're going to be very difficult to deal with. So I would say Oklahoma State, even though to go from no wins in conference play the last 2 seasons, I expect a massive jump for Eric Morris and the Cowboys.
Yeah, all that familiarity that those players have with one another and the level of success that they have had, look, that means something. So they're hitting the ground running. Now it's just a matter of whether or not they feel as though, hey, look, they have the, I guess I should put it this way, do they have the mental horsepower and the mental staying power to, now that they're doing it against a higher level of competition week after week after week, can they just kind of like keep it going? Because they've proven that they're good football players. They've proven that, and look, obviously you talk about Indiana, and we see what Kurt did there, bringing all those players from James Madison. A lot of people would have thought, nah, that's not going to work. You can't just bring a bunch of guys in from JMU and expect to win at the high. They whipped people at Indiana. Whipped, not just, kind of got by the skin of their teeth. They whipped people. Same thing could happen at Oklahoma State. And again, more reason to watch.
And right along to your point, like the one thing you love about there's over 80 new players on this roster. But to have 19 come from North Texas, to know exactly the way Eric Morris wants it run, to know exactly what works, and to allow that, it's one thing for coach to say it to you, but when it's coming from within the locker room, it can permeate and it can really expedite that process of acclimating all those new pieces into something and seeing success almost instantaneously.
What put Indiana over the hump? Fernando Mendoza, right? That's what he needed. And you talk to Curt Cignetti, that's what he said. Look, he was the guy who, for as nice as a kid as he is and as good of a player as he is, what people don't realize is just how much of an alpha competitor he is and how he held everyone accountable. At Oklahoma State and Stillwater, they don't have to find the quarterback. They've already got him. So that means maybe this is a football team that right out of the gate can surprise some people. Again, can you play complementary football? Can you get the stops on defense that you need? But, hey, no one was saying – we were probably having the same conversation when Coach Cignetti took over Indiana going, yeah, they're not going to do anything there. It's Indiana. They've never won.
Basketball program,
yeah, exactly.
Right?
Well, that's the cool thing about college football now and with this transfer portal. You can flip it in a hurry.
And listen, you've talked about 19 North Texas players. There's no substitute for winning. That group won 12 games last year.
There you go.
Exactly right. There's confidence. There's belief. They know that this system, this style of play, it works. There's going to be success. And again, for these other, it's just so amazing when it comes from within the locker room. There's so much more believability for everyone else.
Yep.
One thing for a coach to say it, but when players have lived it and they can spread that gospel, it can really take hold.
Therein lies the difference, right? When you have massive imports in terms of players in the transfer portal. When they're all coming from the same place and they're all coming because the coach is there, that's like in the NFL. The best free agent signings that you make in the NFL when you're bringing them from another team is when you have some familiarity with that player, whether a coach has coached him or he knows certain players or they played in that exact kind of scheme. The more info you have, the further along you are in terms of the development and implementation of this new way of doing things. That's exactly what Oklahoma State has now. This isn't like just bringing in 61 transfers from all over the place who don't know one another and don't know the coach. A lot of these guys, they know what Coach Morris is expecting, and that's why, I know there's going to be people going, man, dude, you're getting way ahead of yourself. They won one game. They had one of the worst seasons in history. Yep, so did Indiana a couple of years ago. We said the same thing. I didn't even consider Indiana when Coach Cignetti went there. I was just like, who? What? Who? So what? Okay, yeah, moving on. Let's talk about Michigan and Ohio State and everyone else. Yeah, okay. Don't make that mistake again.
You know who believed it was Curt Cignetti, and I think that's what struck me about Eric Morris. He knows who he is.
Yep.
And how many offers were out there for a head coach that won 12 games that could bring a starting quarterback who led the nation in passing and a running back who scored almost 30 touchdowns last year and a top-flight wide receiver with him. And he chose Stillwater, Oklahoma. He said, I'm a small town guy. It felt right for me and my wife. That says something about what they're getting at Oklahoma State.
It does, because I do think there was other suitors out there that some people on the surface may have said, well, maybe that's a better job. He said, no. I want to go to Stillwater. I think he also, look, Mike Gundy won a lot of football games in Stillwater, Oklahoma. You can win there.
Yeah.
And the other thing, too, that I think that whether I'm sure it was part of the process of selecting Oklahoma State, they're allocating resources. Those players, they didn't come free. They love playing for Coach Morris, but let's just be honest.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if that was necessarily always there at the end of Coach Gundy's tenure. It is there now, and I think that's the one thing that when you bring in a new coach and they're going to demand, hey, we need resources.
Yeah.
Allow me to go do my job and do it at a high level. They're doing that now in Stillwater.
Yeah, let's never forget that part about 2026 college football. Money talks now. We all know that.
They've had money to spend there in the past at Oklahoma State, and evidently they do again.
Yep.
All right, we've spent a lot of time talking about a lot of teams. We haven't spent a ton of time talking about the Arizona State Sun Devils. They won the Big 12 championship 2 seasons ago. When we come back, we're going to hear from 2 of their stars, Kyson Brown and CJ Fite, next.
Popped by Clayton Smith. Touchdown, Arizona State. Rounds inside the 30-yard line. Draggling tacklers.
Eusebio's got it all the way to the 25.
Monster Energy Big 12 Media Day coverage rolls on here from Frisco, Texas. And we're joined now by one of the veterans of the Arizona State program, a young man who was part of the Big 12 championship team in 2024. His boys call him SIP. Tupelo, Mississippi native running back Kyson Brown. Kyson, we appreciate you taking time here with us. We can't talk football at all until we discuss the chain and give us the backstory there.
Yeah, just like you said, I'm from Tupelo, Mississippi, so I got my nickname when I was younger, and it's a part of me. So I wear it on my chain.
I love it. How you feeling? How you feeling health-wise? How's this off season been for you? You feel rejuvenated? You feel ready to rock and roll
I'm
this
ready
year?
to rock and roll. Of course, with the injury, it was a long, strenuous process. But, the resources down there at Arizona State, just helped me get back together. And, my faith ultimately led me to a good recovery, so I'm ready to go.
You guys, a lot of new faces there on the roster. Yeah. Tell us about Cutter Boley, y'all's quarterback, heading into next season.
Yeah, he looks very poised. He's a guy that knows what he's doing. He knows how to get the ball out in time, and I'm looking forward to playing next to him.
I talked about you being one of the veterans on this team, where there's been some transition among returning players here, and you're kind of one of the constants on this team. How do you view the responsibility of being a leader on this Sun Devils team?
Yeah, as you know, I was with those guys that were, here. I was with Scat, JT, some of the, premier guys. And so I think they've handed me that torch. And, ultimately I got to keep the culture going and, just bleed that into all the new people that come to our program.
How do you do that?
It's just ultimately just, sharing my experiences with those guys and trying to get those to understand, what we're about. Lifers is our motto. So, those are the things we try to preach to the newer guys that are coming from the different programs.
What is the culture at Arizona State? I mean, what led to the Big 12 title in 2024? What does Coach Dillingham preach to you and then you take to the locker room? Like, everyone talks about culture. We have good guys. Yeah. What does that mean to you? How do you enact it on the ground? Because your boot's on the ground, man. I mean, it ain't about, what the coaches are. What are you doing? What's the secret there?
Okay, little things, like I said, like lifers, little things. That's the details. A lot of people look at the big picture, but, they overlook the little things that get you to those big things. So little things, the intensity that you do with those little things, the intent, the detail into doing it, family aspect, how willing are you to play hard for your brother, education, and that goes off the field and on the field, but, taking your craft in the film room, responsibility, holding yourself accountable for your 111th and success. What are you going to do with the success that you get? What are you going to do when you don't get the success that you get? So those things are the things that we use to, help us on the field and off the field.
What's it like playing for Coach Dillingham? Is he intense? Is he kind of laid back?
He's everywhere. He's everything. Intense. You'll see him jumping around. You'll see him screaming around. You'll see him calm. But he's always hands-on, and he's always around us. So I think that's what allows us to gravitate to him, because he's around, and he bleeds his energy into us. So that's what allows us to play so hard for him.
How big of a role was he in you wanting to stay there? We're in this world where, like Kevin asked you, it's just a revolving door. You stayed put. How big of a role did Coach Dillingham have in that?
Just his transparency with me, and we talk all the time. So I think that allows me to respect him, and, we have that mutual respect for each other. You can go around the country and, guys will tell you one thing and it means something else. So, just him sitting down talking with me, and we talk all the time, and ultimately led me to being on the leadership council. So, just things like that would allow me to just trust him and trust the process here at Arizona State.
What's the league getting in guys like Jordan Tyson and Max Ahanichor? What are they getting? Because those are two guys who look. I mean, obviously, Jordan was hurt a lot. People aren't quite sure whether or not he's a guy who's going to be able to hold up. Max just came out of nowhere. One time the Senior Bowl started whipping everybody. What are they getting from those two? What kind of teammates were they?
I'll talk about Max first off, because I'm a running back. So Max is a guy who really takes his craft seriously. As far as off the field, it was always times where we were talking about plays from practice, and we're, hours away from practice, and he's talking about little details that happen in one practice. So that just let me know he really cares about what he's doing, and, the assignment that he has. JT, that's my dog. His process was really interesting because he came from injury. He came from a previous school, and at first when he was there, he was in a dark place. He didn't really talk too much, and then he hit a switch, and he just became freak. That freak that we know, but. He put time into his craft. That's one guy that knows every defense. He's unseen. He could tell you the defense before they even line up. So he really pays attention to the game, and I respect him.
Good deal.
Kyson, you used a word earlier when you were talking about the culture there, what you view as important to you, and that word was education there. You're going to earn your degree this summer, Bachelor of Arts in Interdisciplinary Studies with concentrations in Design Studies and Real Estate.
Yes, sir.
Beyond football, what interests you?
I love architectural design, so that's something I'm hoping to get into. Hopefully, I can make my own firm, architectural firm, but, I just love seeing things come from the ground, build houses, commercial, interior, everything with design. My degree is software using AutoCAD, so that's something I'm, really into. So after ball, that's what I'm looking to do.
Love a man with a plan.
Yeah.
All about building culture there at Arizona State.
Absolutely.
Kyson Brown, thanks so much for the time. Good luck and good health this season.
Yep, thank you.
There you go.
Let's send it over to Jen now, standing by with a member of the Sun Devils defense that's going to anchor that defensive line. Jen?
Yeah, that's right. Defensive tackle CJ Fight joining me here. Very proud to be from East Texas. So
Yes, ma'am.
you got some family members who are here with you as well. All right, let's talk about last year because you had the opportunity to go to the NFL, decided to keep your talents with your squad. Why stay?
I mean, I just really love what we're doing here and the culture that we're building at ASU, and I spent a lot of time just thinking and praying and talking to God, and really, I was just didn't know what to do. And after so long, I feel like He just really spoke to me, and I made my decision to stay in. And every day I'm here, I know it's a blessing. I know that I'm supposed to be here. So every day I'm here is reassurance that I made the right decision. So I wouldn't want to be anywhere else.
You have been a lead by example guy, but Coach Dillingham has asked you to be a little more vocal. How's that transition going for you?
At the beginning, it was a little rough. I mean, I've always been the guy who's been kind of in the back and speaking wise, but then I'm in the front leading and telling everybody, showing everybody how to do things. But I really just knew I needed to take that step. Somebody had to step into that role. So Coach challenged me, and I've just been trying to take it on as much as I can, help the team as much as possible. So that's really where I've been going. It's starting to pick up now. I'm starting to really get comfortable in that role because, like I said, I'm big on my faith. So I just know God's given me the strength to do so, and I've just been able to take it on and try to do as best as I can.
One of just a handful of guys who have been at ASU the entire time that Coach Dillingham has been there. What does this Pat Tillman handkerchief mean?
It means a lot. The legacy he left. I mean, you walk down, you see the statue and the things that he valued and what he brought to ASU and just America in general. To see him and what he's done and what he brings, to be able to live on that legacy and show people who Pat was by my actions and how I lead, it's a blessing, as long as the other guys on the leadership council. So it's definitely a blessing to be able to rep this and rep ASU.
And a lot of people very excited about what your team was able to do 2 seasons ago. What can we expect from the Sun Devils this year?
Just a tight-knit team, a whole bunch of a band of brothers just going to get it done however way that is. We're just going to stick together, do it however we need to, stick to our culture, our brand of football, and just continue to raise our bar and our standard each day.
Now, this is your second media days. Your family came along because you guys are from close by.
Yes,
you were laughing a few moments ago when Coach Prime was cutting it up there. What do you enjoy about being here representing your program?
Man, it's a blessing, like I said, to be able to do all these different things, from the video shoots over there to being in the suit and then talking to media. There's so many different conversations that you have. You never know what you're going to get. So it's a blessing just to be able to have this opportunity, to be able to use this platform, to be able to speak and be able to show what ASU is about and how our culture and how we do things. So I'm excited.
A very impressive young man here with me, CJ Fight, who I believe was just named to the Nagurski and Outland Trophy preseason watch list. Congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
We'll be watching very closely
Yes,
this
ma'am.
season. All right, we continue here from the Star as Big 12 Media Days roll on. There's a lot of talk about conference expansion, playoff expansion. How will all that affect the Big 12? That conversation coming up next.
12 Media Day coverage rolls on here from Frisco, Texas. Every one of the teams in the conference with an eye on that national championship trophy, the most coveted trophy in college football. Louis Riddick, Dusty Dvoracek, Kevin Connors here with you. You know, speaking of the college football playoff and the championship game, a lot of talk here in the offseason, a lot of talk here today about expanding the playoffs. In fact, in late May, there was a vote among head coaches assembled in the league about expanding the CFP to 24 teams. It was unanimous. Everyone in favor of it. Where do you find unanimity among all coaches in the league other than that conversation there? Brett Yormark said earlier today, Louis, that everything is on the table as it relates to the potential of expanding the college football playoff. Where do you stand in that conversation?
Yeah, you know, the bigger that it gets, look, I'm all about trying to obviously, you know, get more teams involved in that chase for the national title. And I think in the Big 12 in particular, obviously they feel as though when you kind of like project this out to 24 teams, they would have had multiple teams make it because they are playing quality football, you know, in this league. I just start to like really start to worry about the health of the players, the length of the season, how long the season goes, fans staying interested and staying engaged throughout the course of the season. You know, how do late season games get affected? How do the bowl games get affected? How do conference championships get affected? See, the tradition of college football is what makes college football great, okay? That's what makes us lifelong college fans. Yep. I understand that the game needs to grow, and we want to, you know, have it become as big as it possibly can. Just not at the expense of some of the tradition and some of the ways in which, for me, keep the game kind of pure and looks out for the player's best interest and not just for the almighty dollar and how much money we can pocket and how much money we can make off of this. We just have to be careful with that.
Which is really a big question because there's a chance that there may not be that dollar, which is why Brett Yormark was talking about the economics. It actually might make more economic sense to keep the conference championship games. They'll actually bring in more money for each individual conference than adding these additional playoff teams, and that's what we don't know. I think you run the risk of watering down the regular season. College football has the greatest regular season in sports in this country, period, bar none. We don't want to lose that. That's an element of this. I think we still have that at 12. I think we still keep that at 16. There will be a point where there's diminishing returns on that regular season. I don't want that to take place. And I totally agree with what Louis said. The bowl system, like, it matters to me. We look at some of these teams, second-year coaches this year, UCF and West Virginia. I don't know. I would imagine they want to go compete to win a conference title. But if Rich Rodriguez, back at his alma mater, can go from 4 wins to 6 wins, and they can go bowling and maybe win 7 and have a postseason, and that's a win.
Yeah.
You know, there is that carrot. There really is the risk of the bowl system as we know it going up in flames potentially with too much of an expanded playoff. I don't want to see that happen. I also love conference championship games. Like, everyone's not going to win a national title. But to go out and win your conference, to have that, to put up a banner for Texas Tech last year, for Arizona State the year before, maybe it's BYU this year, that means something. That's going to be there for eternity. And so I understand why the coaches voted the way they do. They want access. And the Big 12 would have had 5 teams in last year, but at what expense if you expand too much? Are you pulling away from things that make college football what it is? And that's the big question I think a lot of people are going to have to ask themselves. And the other aspect of this, too, if they can't come to common ground, we stay at 12. And I would also tell you, I don't think that's the worst-case scenario. I think 12's actually been pretty good. They've continued to tweak the college football playoff each year. This year now, the Power 4 champions get in automatically. Do I think 16 would be okay? I do. I would hope that if they do expand at 16 before 24, but clearly there is a massive push across the country to get to that 24 number.
And you know what? Like, the most important part of this, you just mentioned. Look, college football has the greatest regular season in sports. Every game matters. Every time you turn on the TV on Saturdays or Fridays or Thursdays, you know that all of those teams, every single team, knows that every game matters. You don't want that to change. You don't want it to be a situation where teams are saying late in the season, you know what, I don't want to play in the conference championship game. I don't want to play my starters here late in the season because I think we're still going to be able to get into the college football playoff anyway. You don't want that to become the case where November football doesn't mean anything. November football and college football is some of the best football you'll find when teams are fighting their guts out to try and become a conference champion, get into the playoffs because they know that those spots are coveted. The college football playoffs should not be a participation trophy. It should not reward average or just above average. It should reward the best of the best. And I think that is what makes this game as great as it is and why all of us love commentating on it and talking about it the way in which we do.
I think, to your point, I think it was Willie Fritz who said BYU was almost penalized for playing in the Big 12 championship and losing to Texas Tech last year, the team that they lost to twice in the regular season. Dusty, let me push back on the idea. There are some people who are saying expansion. Wait a minute. 12 was too many last year. There were 2 non-competitive games last year. How does 16 look? I mean, 12 the way it looked last year versus what 16 should look like. What should it look like?
Well, first of all, I like 12. So I would be one that's in favor of keeping it how it is. And I also think, remember last year, they did not have the 4 Power 4 champions get in. Right, if they would have, Duke would have gotten in. Yep. That potentially takes out one of the other Group of 5 schools. It was a weird year with the ACC and the Group of 5. Wound up getting 2 in because the 5 highest-ranked conference champions got in. So therefore, that led to 2 from the Group of 5. That shouldn't be the case moving forward in the future. I just think it's inevitable. It looks like at some point it's going to expand. The question is it 16 or 24? I hope we pause at 16 before we make that big jump to 24. And I think if you do go 16, the one aspect I like about it is that those top 4 seeds would get a home playoff game. Now, they wouldn't get the bye, but they would get a chance for their fans, a reward, because that is the one aspect of it now I don't love. Is that teams 1 through 4, while a bye is valuable.
A lot of time off.
But it's additional time off. And their home fans, they don't get to go out there one more time, and that those communities don't get a chance to get those revenues. That would be the additional benefit, is that there wouldn't be any buys. The top 8 seeds would all have home playoff games. So I think that would actually reward those top 4 seeds.
Yeah, that would be good. The home playoff games in college football.
Oh, incredible. You've done them.
Spectacular. And you're right. You should be rewarded for being one of the best teams of college football with being able to play in front of your fans one more time. Just like you are in the NFL. You're one of the very best. You get to play a home playoff game. Whether or not you get the bye really is irrelevant at this point. You should be able to play in front of the fans. Yeah, that would be cool.
What about the other factors that would happen with expanding a playoff? I mean, what does the timeline look like for the portal? How do we manage the Lane Kiffin situation last year, where a coach takes his team to the playoff but doesn't coach because another school came and poached him?
Well, we could spend the remaining
long time.
2 hours trying to decide for this, and coaches are pushing for it. Schedule is a huge topic of conversation. The reality is it's unfortunate the way the entire system is set up, because it forces schools to and coaches to make decisions maybe prematurely than when they would want to. It's not me making excuses for Lane Kiffin or LSU. It's just a reality. The transfer, the early signing period, which is the signing period, is early December. Okay, so you need a coach in place to help ensure, or you're punting on an entire recruiting class. Yep. And then obviously, though the portal window opens this past year, January 2nd, we all know that portal was open well before January 2nd. That's when they could actually put in and go to a new place. That recruiting of those players that are letting everyone know I'm going in the portal, that's already taking place. So unless you're willing to punt on a year, which schools are not willing to punt on a season, you've got to get that coach in place. And so if you want to move that early signing period back to the initial February signing date that it always was, that would be one aspect. You want to move the portal window to the springtime and make it more like the NFL. The NFL draft is in the spring. Have true OTAs that would come more in the summer months. Like, you could get a schedule to where it would prevent everything you're talking about, because the actual season would come to a conclusion before that new season, which is the high school recruiting signing period, which is the portal era. That's the new season. When those things open, new season begins. You could finish a season before that next season began. But where we have currently, we have a new season that starts while we have a current season going on. And as long as that's as long as that's the reality, Lewis, I don't know how you fix the Lane Kiffin situation.
Exactly. Or start the season earlier.
Yeah.
And then that way you have more time to get one season over before another season starts. But you're right. When you're blending the two like this, there's bound to be some shenanigans behind the scenes where people aren't following the rules because you have to. You almost have to. It's just going to wind up happening. Otherwise, like you're saying, you're going to wind up putting yourself at such a competitive disadvantage by following the rules. And people aren't willing to do that. And we know that. So how are you going to fix the timeline so where it all chronologically makes sense and everything is on the level? And that's something that the powers that be really need to get together and get that ironed out so you don't have situations that came up like last year where you have a lot of people going, hey, look, if you were in the same situation as Lane Kiffin, you would have done the same thing. You just would have. I mean, if you saw a better opportunity to go and coach at a place like he went to coach, there's just no way. Look, and if you're Ole Miss at the same time, and if you're saying, hey, you're going to leave, then you're going to leave. We can't let you stay. I mean, so it's a terrible situation for both sides to be in. And that's where the timeline has to get figured out. So you don't have to be in that situation.
I think everyone can understand where Lane Kiffin's coming from. It's just awfully difficult to hear coaches routinely preach culture and team and sacrifice. But it's the way the system is set up right now.
That's right. And you know what, though? But see, Kevin, look, and I think all these guys, by and large, they believe in that. They believe what they're saying. But it's also a business.
Yeah.
And it's a big money business. And opportunities like LSU and Lane's mind and in many, many coaches' mind don't come around very often.
Yeah.
You're going to tell me you wouldn't do it? You wouldn't do the same thing he did if you were in his situation? Most coaches who are in here would do the same thing.
That was an unfortunate situation for everybody. Because I think about Lane Kiffin's side of it. I think about the player side of it.
Yeah.
And you literally had your offensive coordinators taking flights
which is just terrible.
Week, next week he's back and forth, and credit to those players for finding a way to win a couple of games and almost win another game. I mean, credit to those guys for coming together and Pete Golding. But it's a situation that you would hope we get to a place where it's not a reality for anybody, that no one's put in that spot. Coaches aren't necessarily put in that spot. Athletic directors aren't put in that spot. Players aren't put in that spot because that got ugly, that got messy, and you would hope we get to a place where that's just something that no one has to deal with.
Mm-hmm. One more time and one more thought on the idea of expanding, because one of the things Brett Yormark talked about was the potential of, if expansion happens, the potential of losing the conference championship game.
Yeah.
Based on the coaches that each of you have spoken with over the years, Lewis, I'll start with you.
Yep.
Is there more cachet with making and winning a conference championship or making a 16-24 team playoff?
Look, I think every coach ultimately wants to be a champion, a national champion. Okay? I think as it's set up presently, look, if this is what it came down to, if it came down to being able to chase a national title over a conference championship, I think coaches, especially if they feel as though they have teams, like many coaches in the Big 12 believe, that if they can just get in the tournament, anything can happen. I think people would be willing to say, hey, you know what, let's chase that national title. Traditionalist purists like me, I want both. I want people to chase conference titles. I want to see SEC championship games. I want to see ACC championship games. I want to see Big 12 championship games, as the commissioners talked about, that had 85,000 people at. And I want to see you chase a national title. Unfortunately, I don't know if we're going to be able to have both the way some people want it.
I want my cake and ice cream. I'll eat them both.
That's right.
Because they both sound good. I think it's a mixed bag, though. I think some coaches still value what we're talking about, those conference championships, and I think some – they want access to the playoff and try to make their push for a national title.
Yep.
Well, one team that won a conference championship a season ago and made the whole big tournament was the Texas Tech Red Raiders. They're looking to repeat. It hasn't happened in 6 years here in the Big 12. When we come back, we're going to chat with some of the stars from Lubbock at Big 12 Football Media Days.
Dickey straight ahead. What on play?
There's a reason why they got those two guys.
The Red Raiders defense is fired up.
And they are very disruptive.
Going strong here from Big 12 College Football Media Days, and we decided why not kick off hour number 4 of our coverage with one of the players who helped Texas Tech raise the Big 12 championship trophy a season ago. All Big 12 second-team tight end Terrence Carter Jr. Terrence, thanks for being here.
Pleasure to be here.
We're going to get to football in a minute here. Give me the story about TC. Where did that chain come from? How did you who made it up for you? What's the backstory?
I think TC was just a nickname I got coming into college for real. My parents and family, they called me TJ for Terrence Carter Jr., but I think it started for real with Coach Desmo at Louisiana and Lafayette. He started calling me TC, and it just stuck ever since.
And TC is here. What's it like coming to this event, being the team that everybody else is gunning for this season?
Oh, no, it's a blessing, honestly. I love being one of the top dogs, being talked about a lot, because that just makes me want to go even harder, and I know the team feel the same way I do.
Look, on the offensive side of football, obviously, there's a lot of change at the quarterback position. Everyone talks about that.
Right.
How are the guys looked? Look, obviously, Will's still trying to rehab, but how's Kirk Francis looked? How's Lloyd Jones looked? How those guys looked so far?
No, all three of them have looked great. Even Philly has looked amazing as well. Like I said, last year, Will was one of those players that was always in the facility, like, strong, and we knew, like, we were going to be confident with him next year. You know, he got hurt, you know, some things happened, and we had to go get a QB.
Yep.
And then y'all know that situation. But, like, honestly, our mindset always has just been what's next for real and just moving on with it. And our QBs, like, we have a bunch of great guys in that room. So we feel confident with either one of them behind the center.
Right. You came up on stage, you got a personality, I can just tell. You got a presence about you, a confidence, a little swag to you. This team lost some veteran leadership.
Right.
Now you're in your second year there at Texas Tech. Do you feel that you've taken on a leadership role on this football team?
Most definitely. I feel like last year I think I had a pretty good leadership role too. Like, even though I was a new player, I'm the same guy every day. I come in with energy and, like, I just want what's best for my teammates and me as well. So honestly, just doing what I got to do this year and just being a more vocal leader now that, you know, all the other guys have stepped out. So that's really my big role right now, is just being more vocal.
Being a guy who's going to be more vocal now, so what's your message to guys like Malcolm Simmons, to guys like Kenny Johnson, who comes from my alma mater from Pittsburgh? What has been kind of like, what are you trying to, like, tell the people in the locker room that, hey, look, this is how Texas Tech does things now? What's that message sound like, given what you guys accomplished last year and what you're still trying to accomplish this year, given all the people that you brought in?
Yeah, honestly, I can say that message really comes from McGuire, honestly, because, like, even when they recruit, like, they go out there and get guys that are already, like, bought in, like, into the program and our brand, honestly. And those guys, like, they came in attacking just like everybody else did last year. Like, even with me, like, I was new on the team, came in, like, we all knew what we was trying to accomplish. And us just doing what we did last year was just, that's the new standard. And everybody knows what we're coming for now, and everybody got that same mindset.
Do people on the outside make more of the kind of change that teams go through year after year in college football now with the transfer portal than the people on the inside? Do you get, like, for instance, a lot of coaches talk about the fact that, and I have kids too who are, you know, college age, about to be college age, and it seems like change and being around different people and just kind of things constantly being moving and shaking doesn't bother them maybe the same way it would bother an old head like me, who's used to, you know, went to school, was with the same guy for 4 years, didn't have the transfer portal the way it is. Is it as big a deal to the players with things changing year to year as it seems to the people on the outside?
Honestly, in my opinion, I don't think so. You know, I think people just see what they see and, like, they run with their narrative of the story or whatever. Yeah. But, like, they really don't know what's going on inside that building and, like, how connected everybody is and just how bought in we are to, like, one goal. And honestly, like, yeah, we all see the outside noise, but that's not what we're really here for. Like, we get to what's next every time.
Right.
We talked about the quarterbacks in Lubbock right now. You're a former high school quarterback yourself?
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah.
Tell me how that's made you a better tight end.
I mean, I had to catch the ball every snap. But nah, honestly, I really don't know. I can say me in high school, I played QB my whole life, really, growing up. And I made the switch, like, my junior year. My receiver coach, Coach Ramirez, he was just like, hey, man, like, come play receiver. And luckily, my best friend was the backup QB. So, like, I was like, yeah, I'm down. Like, let my dog play it, and I'm still on the field. And just me just seeing, like, how good I was at the position, I was like, oh, I'm finna take off with this. Like, I'm finna go crazy. And getting into college, just moving into the tight end position, it was kind of hard, you know, because, like, the pass game was, like, natural to me, but, like, man, I'm gonna be honest, I couldn't block for real. And, like, I've just been working on that consistently every year. Like, I'm working on blocking for real. Yeah, of course, I'm throwing in my route running and all that stuff, but that's really where I'm trying to improve for real, is in the blocking, because I want to be an all-complete tight end, not just a tight end where you just throw out there for a pass play.
You guys had an incredible season, Big 12 champions, you made the college football playoff. But it didn't go the way I'm sure you guys had it planned in the playoff. How much is that game against Oregon talked about, just the way y'all finished? How much has that helped try to fuel the fire this offseason as you get ready for this next season?
Nah, I think we're definitely, like, it lit a flame under us for real, especially in the offense side of the ball. I mean, a lot of y'all know we didn't score any points.
Right.
And, I mean, that still haunts me till this day, because I know what we could have done that game, and our team knows as well what we could have done. So, really, like I said, it's still a what's next mindset, and it still haunts us and all that. But, like, now we done known what it feels like to get in there. Now we know what we need to do to go finish it.
5th in the FBS in receiving yards among tight ends last season. Certainly a veteran at this point in college. What feedback have you gotten from the next level that you've been working on, that you're making it a point to improve upon entering this season?
Yeah, most definitely. Like I was just saying, it's the run game. Like, a lot of people think I can't block. Well, I mean, I don't think they really watch the film for real, because I'm definitely going to go in there and I'm going to throw my face in there and I'm going to give you everything I got. Yeah, that's my big thing for real. It's really just the run game. A lot of coaches, I'm going to say scouts, they tell me, like, just keep doing what you're doing in the pass game, but you need to become, like, a better run blocker. And I take that very personal, so I've been working really heavy on that.
Don't let them fool you, though. The NFL is about scoring points, producing explosives.
Yeah.
Just keep doing that, too.
Yes, sir.
You know what I mean?
Most definitely.
Okay.
Most definitely.
All right.
He checks the personality box for sure.
Oh, yeah, that's me. That's
a
just who I
lot
am.
of quarterbacks switch to tight end. You see that a lot, though, especially bigger quarterbacks.
Fact.
If they feel as though you can get out there, especially and get a mismatch in the middle of the field against
Most
linebackers and
definitely.
safeties.
Yeah.
That's
You
what
put a
that's where you
linebacker out there,
thrive.
that's barbecue chicken. Yeah, don't do that one. You better go get you a corner or something. Yeah.
Yep.
Terrence Carter Jr., thanks so much for the time. Good
Yes,
luck
sir.
and good health.
Thank y'all
this
for
season.
having me.
All right, man.
Big Texas Tech. Jen, you think about the defense that team had a season ago, and I know you're standing by with a couple of guys who are going to round out that defense this season.
That's right. Big imposing figures here for Texas Tech. We've got A.J. Holmes Jr. and we've got Ben Roberts, two guys who are hoping to maintain some of that top-tier defense that you guys played last year. But let's first address the elephant in the room. It's been a chaotic offseason for the Red Raiders. How did you guys as a team, Ben, handle all that noise?
It was pretty simple. A lot of the things that we get preached in the building, that we preach around, is that what's next mentality. Just whatever happens, good or bad, we're getting to what's next. What do we have to do next? And a lot of that noise was outside the building, so it was easy to keep everyone in the right headspace.
You guys win the Big 12. You're in the college football playoff, so there's a lot of attention on this squad. In fact, I believe most Big 12 teams are going to be circling Texas Tech on their calendar. How do you handle knowing that you guys are the hunted now?
It's okay because we know what work we put in every day and every night. So just being close, tight-knit brothers and our family and our, and our brotherhood, we just know we're going to go out and have a great game. So we're not really too worried about the outside.
You both are getting some preseason attention, Player of the Year in the Big 12, Defensive Player of the Year on those watch lists.
Mm-hmm.
What has he done well over the last year, and how does he take it to the next level?
AJ plays with a high motor. He's a great teammate. He's someone that I can count on. He just keeps doing that. He's gonna get what he wants.
As you blush through the answer there, as he's talking nice about you.
Yes, ma'am.
Same for Ben. What does he do well? How does he lead the team well?
I think just how he is, that's his character, and then also the way he takes the ball away from the opponent. So you can't really teach that. If you're taking the ball and giving our offense extra possessions, you're just a game changer. So that's why I admire most about Ben.
You told me that he's got a nickname, Showtime.
Oh, yeah.
Where did that come from? How are you Showtime now?
It really came from a movie, Stump the Yard, and they had like a
Stomp the Yard.
Yes, ma'am, and a dude came up. He was like Showtime. So now every time I make a big play or something, everybody just starts screaming Showtime. It's time to go.
Ben, what should people expect from this Texas Tech defense as you guys continue to try to take that next step?
We're not going to take a step back. We're going to play with Red Raider speed and violence. We're going to be aggressive. We're going to be fast. It's real simple.
Yeah, real simple, but you guys do it so well, and obviously hoping to take that next step. The guys mentioned the college playoff game last year, hoping to get that victory as you guys go back out there on the field. But we're watching a few of the highlights here, and it was an electric defense that you guys captain. So we appreciate you hanging out with us here at Big 12 Media Days. And they're very casual. I love that you guys didn't have to wear the suits. They came over to me and said, we love that they got to wear polos to this. So tip of the cap to the folks who made that happen. All right, we continue here from the Star in Frisco at Monster Energy Big 12 Media Days. So much more to come on the show. Drew Mestemaker, new Oklahoma State quarterback, coming up when we return.
Oklahoma State. Nice set. Oh, what a hit. Fields celebrates a defensive touchdown. Touchdown, Oklahoma State.
We're back in the Star in Frisco, Texas, the practice facility of the Dallas Cowboys. And speaking of the Cowboys, a lot of excitement in Stillwater, Oklahoma, around Oklahoma State this season after several lean years. New coach Eric Morris comes to town, and he brings with him several players from North Texas, including his star quarterback, man who led the nation in passing yards a season ago, Drew Mestemaker. Drew, we appreciate you being here with us. I think everyone assumed Coach Morris gets the job, and it's going to be a package deal that he's going to bring, in particular, the 3 position star players with him. Walk us through things. How exactly did your decision to go to Stillwater play out?
Yeah, I knew from the start that wherever Coach Morris went was definitely going to be like the spot that was like going to have people were going to have to compete with Coach Morris for sure. And it's definitely hard hearing calls from these big time schools and they're telling you everything you want to hear. But I told Coach Morris before, I was like, I'm going to keep you in the know of everything and let you know who I'm taking calls with and whatever, and then I'll keep you updated through the whole thing. So I called him after one of my calls and was like, hey, just wanted to let you know, I had a call. It went good, but that's not me saying I'm going there. I just wanted to let you know. And he's like, all right, don't get caught up in all these big name schools. He was like, and don't break my heart, and then hangs up on me. And I'm like, well, shoot, how am I supposed to not go with him now? So, it was hard there for a little bit, but I made my decision pretty quick.
Yeah, but why is it important for you to stay with Coach Morris?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, he's the one who gave me an opportunity to play quarterback when I hadn't at all. So, to have him give me that opportunity and then trust me to take the keys in my first ever season and, pour into me every day and build my confidence up, it's meant so much to me.
Relationships still matter, right? That's really what it's about. So what about your communication with guys like Caleb Hawkins and Wyatt Young? For all of you to come together with a coach who you're all familiar with, who you've had a lot of success with individually and collectively, did you guys sit and talk about the fact that, hey, look, there was a team just a little while ago in Bloomington, Indiana, that kind of did the same thing? Maybe we could be doing this down Stillwater. Does that seep into your mind? Is that in the back of your mind somewhere as you're thinking about all this?
Yeah, I think, obviously seeing that last year too happen right there and them have the crazy season they had, it definitely is in the back of your mind a little bit. But I feel like we never really sat down and talked about it. We all kind of knew that's what we wanted to do.
Yeah.
And we all showed up on the same day. All the guys from North Texas showed up on the same day and visited Oklahoma State together. And we're all kind of sitting up there this is a place we want to be. These are the guys that we care about. They care about us. And we feel like it can be a really special team.
A group of you were all there at the same time.
Yeah, it was probably about, I don't know how many guys we had up here, but I think it was 20 guys came up, and I think 18 of them came
That's
with.
Pretty cool.
So
wow. I know this story's been told a lot, but for some people watching right now, they may not have heard it. How many games did you start in high school?
0.
And how many other opportunities did you have to go play quarterback?
Didn't have any.
Walk on at North Texas, and last year you led the country in passing yards. I mean, it's amazing. Two-parter. What's allowed you to go from that to where you are now? And what's it been like, man? What's the last year of your life been like? It's had to have been a complete and total whirlwind.
Oh, 100%. It's been wild to think back 2 years ago and think I was emailing any coach that would respond asking for a spot on the team. And, I was emailing Texas JUCOs, and they all said they didn't have spots. And, I was thinking about going to a California JUCO to play football. And, it's been wild. And I really do think I always believed that I could do it. I just needed an opportunity. And to have Coach Morris believe in me and give me that opportunity, and then really, I feel like his offense and the way he kind of structures his staff and goes about his days, really gave me the confidence and everything I needed to go out there and perform.
Was there a performance, a practice, a scrimmage, a meeting with Coach where you really believed, hey, you know what? This is going to be one of those, no one would listen to me, no one would respond to me, or I'm going to surprise a lot. There's always a turning point where you start to really believe. Because even as you're sending all those emails, there's still some times where you're probably sitting there going, damn, am I going to be good enough? Is anyone going to give me a shot? When did it click where you said, this is about to take off?
Yeah, I think my first fall camp, so I showed up the summer of my freshman year. In that first fall camp, I'd kind of gotten to the point where I was like a 3 or 4, like getting the 3s and 4s reps. And I was kind of watching the backup and watching Chandler Morris, who was the starter at that point. And I was like, I can make these throws. I can go out and do these things. Like, I got a chance at this. And so fall camp, my goal was to be the backup by the end of it. And by the end of it, I was co-backups with the guy they brought in who had been there since the spring. And I feel like that kind of gave me the confidence of, like, I'm meant to be here and I can really do this.
It's amazing.
I'm thinking lightly recruited.
Right.
Got a chance, made the most of it, moves on. I'm thinking exactly what you talked about.
Yeah.
Fernando Mendoza, Indiana.
Hey, when I'm watching your tape, I'm sitting there going, damn, jersey number, how tall he is, some of the arm angles, the movement patterns. You know, the one thing that everyone doesn't talk about a lot with Fernando is that he is an alpha competitor. What's your makeup? How would you self-assess yourself as far as when you're in the locker room, when you're in the huddle, when you're in the weight room, when you're in the meeting room? What kind of leader is Drew Messmaker?
Yeah, I think, you know, I kind of had to figure this out last year with not having many starts, or any starts, honestly, and being thrown into the leadership role as a quarterback. You kind of got to figure out, like, what kind of leader are you when you don't have the stool to stand on of you playing well already. Right. And so I kind of took the role as people will respect me for being me. Like, I don't have to go up there and give the rah-rah speech. I don't have to be up there, you know, doing all this extra stuff. Like, when they see me working hard in the weight room, when they see me making all my times in the run, when they see me, you know, competing in everything we do, like, that gets guys fired up, and guys want to be around that kind of guy. And so that's the view I took for it, and that's the kind of leader I feel like I've grown into becoming. Is I'm going to compete in everything I do, and I'm going to work at everything I do, and I'm going to bring guys along to do that with me. I'm not going to be the guy that's, you know, yelling at you, doing all this. Like, this is just how we do things around here.
You had a chance to go to the Manning Passing Academy, which is the best of the best. Mm-hmm. And you get a chance to measure up against those guys and work with some younger kids. Based off all accounts, I wasn't there, but based off other people's reporting, you thrived and you stood out among the best of the best in college football. What was that experience like, kind of measuring yourself against the other top quarterbacks in the country?
Yeah, it was really cool, you know, seeing those guys in person and meeting them in person. Like, they're all normal dudes, and that just kind of gives you, like, the comfort of being like, these guys are all normal dudes who just made the most of their opportunity. And, you know, going out there and throwing with them, like, I felt like everyone was solid, but no one was like, holy crap, this guy's miles better than everyone else. Like, these guys are superhuman. Like, we're all just normal dudes that go out there and love playing football and love competing. And so I think being out there and being around a bunch of high-level guys that love that competition really was a lot of fun.
You know, a lot of times you hear players talk about the fact that that is what unlocks, like, that final step, is the belief that you belong with the greats. Because a lot of times, as you're saying, when you meet people who you know are good players, like, you're already, like, defeated because you believe that they're superhuman and they can do things you can't do, and then you look at them and you're going, I can do exactly what they do. So I do belong, and next thing you know, you become one of the elite. But now, fast forward to 2026. You're in Stillwater. They're coming off the worst season ever for that school. What do you need to do now, specifically your game on the field? What are some of the things you've drilled down on heading here into 2026 where you said, I need to be better, whether it's third down, red zone, blitz pick, whatever it is? What are a couple of things that you really drilled down on?
Yeah, I mean, I think, honestly, the biggest thing in the spring that I was trying to do is the tight window throws and the, like, big-time throws. Like, I feel like Coach Morris puts us into positions where a lot of the things are almost schemed up and guys are, you know, popped open because of the way Coach Morris draws it up. But, you know, we're in a big-time conference now, and guys are going to be matched up one-on-one, and we're going to have to win those 50-50 balls, and I got to put it in the spots for them to win it. So I think, you know, really testing, you know, what throws I can and can't make in the spring. And, you know, with our new guys, it's been a really good spring getting on the same page with them.
You think of the history of Oklahoma State, and you think of the running backs that have come out of that school. Barry Sanders, Thurman Thomas, Pro Football Hall of Famers. What's Stillwater getting in Caleb Hawkins?
I think Stillwater's getting another one of those names. You know, Caleb is the most down-to-earth guy on the planet, but once he gets out on that field, he's a different guy. He, you know, he's not going to go out there and run a 4.3, and, you know, doesn't look like Derrick Henry walking down the sideline, but I've never seen someone take him down on first contact. He's got the best balance I've ever seen, and probably one of the smartest running backs I've ever been around. He's always there in pass protection, has saved my butt multiple times out there, and, you know, great player out of the backfield and catching passes out of the backfield. You know, we made jokes last year that we should just give the ball to Caleb every play, whether it's on a go ball, whether it's handing it off to him. Like, he just makes it work. And so having him on our team, I'm very excited to see what he can do.
Yeah, well, you and Caleb and Wyatt and several other teammates trade the green for the orange of Oklahoma State. Drew Mestemaker, good luck, good health this season, and thanks for the time.
Yes, sir. Thank you all.
Drew Mestemaker, the starting quarterback for the Oklahoma State Cowboys. When we come back, one of the more interesting stories from last season out of the Big 12 was authored by a quarterback named Bear and a stud running back named LJ. They'll be joining us next.
We are back here at the Star for day one of the Monster Energy Big 12 Media Days. We've talked to a lot of athletes and coaches. Everybody's so excited about the upcoming Big 12 season, and for good reason, as they are continuing to soar. 4.5 hours in, I guess we call this a hydration break, as Kevin moves over to the coaches roundtable. Myself, Louis Riddick, and Dusty Dvorak will continue to hold things down here. And also joining us, the 5th member of our team, Sydney Jones, who joins us now. Hi, Sydney.
Hi, Jen. Thanks so much. Great to join you guys down here on this set. You know, the Big 12 returns one of the deepest quarterback groups in the country this season. And ahead of media days, I had the opportunity to catch up with 3 of those returning signal callers. First up was in Provo, where after leading BYU to one of its best seasons in program history, Bear Bachmeier enters year 2 with really big expectations. But when I sat down with him, the conversation quickly shifted from football to the legacy he hopes to leave behind beyond the field. Take a listen. You know, so much production is returning this year. LJ Martin, he's back alongside you. How excited are you for the potential of what this offense can be year 2?
I'm so excited. Yeah, we got a lot of guys coming back, and a lot of new guys with a lot of talent, and just gelling and meshing, and I think we can be really dangerous this year.
Bear, I know football has always been a family affair for you. So how much of the competitor you are today has been shaped by your brothers and your sister?
So much. I mean, we every day I just remember competing with whether it's my brothers in like hallway football or, you know, front yard basketball or, chess, a bunch of board games, or, you know, who could read a book the fastest. So it was just, I always wanted to win. And I just always wanted to be my older brothers. And I'll never let my little brother beat me either. So I'm just that competitor. And then also like playing cards with my grandma. Like I never want to lose. And it's just kind of how I was raised.
I know you and Tiger also bond over playing the guitar. You know, most college football players on their days off, they like to relax and recover. But you guys are out at retirement homes putting on a performance. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
We like to play the guitar and we like to sing. And I guess we like to entertain, but we know giving them an hour or so of just entertainment and just kind of makes their day, and just seeing them smile, it brightens our day as well. So,
how much does that mean to you, just to be able to give back to your community here?
Yeah, it means a lot. I've kind of realized that, you know, we're on this platform for not just football, but it's for something way bigger, and just to be an inspiration to the youth and anybody that you know, wants to be inspired. I think it's really cool, and it's just another reason to keep going.
I know you've used that platform to talk about your Thai culture as well, your heritage, and your mom. So can you tell me a little bit more about that and why that's so important to you to put a light on that?
Yeah, American football isn't that big in Southeast Asia, but it's kind of grown with flag football. But I've had DMs from Thai kids just reaching out and saying, you know, thanks for representing us, and just again, it's another reason to keep going.
How much pride do you take in that, putting the spotlight on that?
There's not a lot of Asian representation in a lot of sports, let alone football. And I knew, you know, having offers in high school, I knew I could represent something bigger.
You know, looking forward, kind of full circle here, outside of football, you know, a few years from now, what are you hoping that people think about when they think about you, Bear Bachmeier?
I just want to be known as a good person. And, I guess a good football player as well. But, you know, who are you if you're not a good person?
Well, Bear, I don't think you have to worry too much about people thinking that you're a pretty good football player. And it's an honor to sit here and talk to you and stand here and talk to you. I'm just going to go through a couple of plays because I think your dual threat ability to be able to throw the football at all 3 levels and be a fantastic runner is what makes you one of the more special players in all of college football. So just walk us through this route combination that you got here, where you kind of got a go route and the deep over, and what you were seeing, so you can just take people behind the scenes a little bit from a quarterback perspective of why you made this decision that you made here on this play here, if we go ahead and run it.
Yeah, so we're scheming this up. West Virginia's got a pretty unique defense and a unique scheme. We had that kind of an over from we had a kind of unbalanced formation right here, and we wanted Carson to kind of be a decoy and then kind of just a double post, kind of just trying to stretch that safety, and kind of bid on Parker here, and Chase made a great play.
Just let Chase go up over top and take it out of the sky. Look, this is the thing that, as a former defensive back, I'd hate to see this. I'd hate to see this kind of thing happening. This is one of the great runs in college football, this quarterback draw. Just tell us what you saw pre-snap. Did you know that this was maybe going to be was this a called play? Did you audible to this? Just walk us through this situation here.
Yeah, I think it's 3rd and 10, and we kind of QB draw. I honestly, they actually got to a look where I should have passed the ball, but I figured I just kind of take it, and I don't know. I feel like when I have the ball in my hands, I just you just want to go score. Saw some green grass. Made some guys miss, and got some help from the guys to get in.
What were you thinking right here when you knew your boys were coming in behind you? You were just like, just stay up just a little bit more, a little bit more?
I got stopped, and then I felt Waylon, my lineman, come in, and then the whole team just kind of pounced behind me and just pushed me in, and it was a great feeling, and
When you get down there inside the 20 and you're in that area of the football field, your running ability really does become an 11-on-11 situation for you guys. Is this a part of the game that you really do enjoy, the physical aspect of the game?
Yeah, I mean, and that's a big facet to our scheme. We got a lot of pro-style principles, but mix in a little QB run game, and especially down in the red zone, add extra hat. It's a pretty positive factor to have.
What have been some of your points of emphasis this spring as you kind of head on into this season that you've really drilled down on and worked on? Quarterbacks always trying to perfect their craft. What have been some of the things you've been drilling down on?
Yeah, I mean, I'm always trying to refine my mechanics, and nowadays you got to be able to make every throw from every position, and you always got 4 guys just trying to take your head off. So how can you create force from every position, and then just have better pocket presence and be more deliberate with my progressions. So,
well, dude, you are a hell of an athlete and a heck of a weapon for college football. I can't wait. Hopefully, I can get out to Provo and call a game or two, see you up close and in person.
Yeah, yes, sir. You have to. There's nothing like Provo. So.
No doubt. Thanks a lot, Bear.
Yeah, thank you,
Jen, Dusty.
Good stuff, guys. Yeah, and we know that Bear Buckmeyer likes to run the football, but if he doesn't have to, he can rely on this guy, the Big 12 Offensive Player of the Year, BYU running back L.J. Martin, joining Dusty and I now here on the set. L.J., you certainly had the opportunity to test your talents in the league, go to the draft. You decided to go back to Provo. Why?
Yeah, just being able to cement my legacy at BYU, as well as just had some things I had to deal with, off-season surgeries, and it just felt like it was the best decision to come back, try to up my draft stock, and play one last year with the guys.
How are you feeling now? You had the off-season surgeries, said you kind of leaned up a little bit. How are your body heading into fall camp?
Yeah, my body's feeling great. I leaned up a little bit, got down to 220, and I'm feeling great, feeling fast, feeling as good as ever.
Should have heard these two during the break, by the way. They're just talking about weights and stuff. I said, that's a conversation that only football players can have, right?
Football
I can't walk
Jen.
up to my girlfriend and say, what do you weigh now, right? Might start a fight. Obviously, the team did very well last year. We have talked about how so few losses for the BYU squads, and yet the Big 12 championship game. How is that motivating this squad headed into this season?
Yeah, I think that just kind of told us the level where we need to be at. Texas Tech last year was a really good team. They played really well. They had a great defense. They had a guy drafted 2nd overall. So, all those things, that's kind of where we're trying to be, So we kind of see what it takes to be able to compete with the defense of that level, and now we're trying to try to be that offense.
We just heard from Bear, and then we also had him break some plays down. From your perspective, though, steps in as a true freshman, was not expecting to play, doesn't just play, plays extremely well. How is he different this year after an entire season, an off-season under his belt? How much different is he now than he was to start last season?
Yeah, he just knows what he's doing, honestly. Like, it went from last year, he's just kind of thrown into the fire, where now he really understands the offense. He knows where he's going. He knows what he's looking for pre-snap, and it just helps him, just simplify the game for him, allowing him to make better decisions, just making it easier for him all around.
And LJ, you said he leaned on you a lot last year as far as just getting a handle on the offense. Now you guys can just be pals. You don't have to be his instructor anymore.
Yes.
You said this offseason you're focusing on re-acceleration. So what drills have you incorporated into your workouts to make sure that re-acceleration is elite this year?
Yeah, it's a lot of change of direction. So as far as like just getting in and out of cuts, as well as just running and kind of coasting for a little bit and then taking off again, just as you would in a football game. So just kind of trying to simulate that stuff, just so that way I'm able to break more runs this year and just finish them in general.
you guys have a challenging Big 12 schedule, and I also noticed in the non-conference you host Notre Dame. I'm sure it's a one-game-at-a-time mentality, but knowing that marquee matchup in your backyard against the Irish is there in mid-October, how exciting is that for you and your teammates?
Yeah, it's really exciting, but it's not going to mean nothing if we lose all the games before them. You know what I mean? So, we got to take it one game at a time, win the first one, win the second one, and then go on from there. And just because it's not going to mean nothing if we're 0-6, 0-7, and we're playing Notre Dame at home. It's no one would care, right? So, it's just taking it one game at a time, understanding that, and just going with it and just being ready for the next game.
We mentioned you are the defending Offensive Player of the Year for the conference. Only 5 players have been back-to-back Big 12 Offensive Players of the Year. Is that a goal of yours? Do you put that on a vision board? Do you kind of circle that and say, if I hit all my marks, this could be a reality for me?
No, yeah, it's definitely awesome to be able to see that. Offensive Player of the Year. It's really cool. But at the end of the day, last year, it was never a thought in my mind, really. I was just trying to go out there, be the best football player I can be. And if that's being Offensive Player of the Year, then I'm okay with that. So I'm just letting the results be the results. And I'm just more so sticking through the process, just focusing on the process and letting the results be the results.
Coach Sitake's one of the most likable coaches you ever be around. What's he like to play for?
He's awesome. I mean, I talk about it all the time. Like, I felt more pressure in high school than I do in college just because I wanted to perform so well. So now in college, it feels honestly, it feels like games are easier than practice. Like, I'm out there, watching the video board, watching Cosmo do stunts during water breaks and stuff like that. It's pretty crazy. I just never thought football would be just this fun at this stage, just really just out there like a kid, just enjoying the moment and just enjoying everything that comes with it.
Bears back, you're back. In some ways, the offense will be similar. In what ways will it be different? What are you guys focusing on this offseason to take that next step?
Yeah, I think the way it will be different is just our passing game. I think we're going to be a lot better passing the ball this year with Bear knowing what he's doing and just understanding the offense better, as well as our receivers. Yeah, our receivers are really good. I think JoJo and Kyler are due for a big year, and then we also got a couple freshmen that are coming in and looking to help us out. So I think it should be a really good year, and as well as our tight ends. We got 2 really good tight ends that came in, so I'm really excited for them as well.
Well, because of the success that BYU and Kalani Sitake's teams have had, people will certainly be circling you on their calendars this season. LJ, thank you so much for taking the time with us here. Still so much more to come here on Big 12 Media Days presented by Monster Energy. When we come back, they talked about the Notre Dame game. A lot of key matchups on the schedule. We'll break it all down right after this. Welcome back to our live coverage from the Star here in Frisco, Texas, from the Monster Energy Big 12 Media Day. So many players, so many coaches. Let's talk about the schedule a little bit. You guys talked a few moments ago about the BYU Notre Dame game, an opportunity for BYU on the national stage to show what they can do, but that's a little bit later in the season, middle of October. And so what, when we look at the schedule, guys, stands out to you about opportunities for these Big 12 teams to maybe show that they are an elite conference and also get more teams in the college football playoff this upcoming season?
Well, when you look at a team like, say, Arizona State, for instance, they're 28th in college football in terms of strength of schedule. So, I mean, they have nothing but hard game after hard game after hard game going overseas. I mean, this is an opportunity for them and Kenny Dillingham to really go ahead and say, hey, we're going to get back to the way it looked here back in 2024 when we were winning the Big 12 title, because they're going to be in the spotlight for sure.
We're showing some of the key non-conference Big 12 games on the screen here. Dusty, is there anything that stands out to you where you say one of the Big 12 teams could really make a statement with a win?
I think TCU is going to make a statement against North Carolina overseas. And everyone's going to be watching. Everyone's going to be starved for football. It's that first game over in Ireland, and I think TCU is going to make a statement. All these are very important. Like the Big 12, they want to continue to, climb the ladder in the hierarchy of how people talk about conferences, which in turn, gets more teams in the playoff. You win these games, these marquee matchups. There is no bigger game in the non-conference than Notre Dame BYU. I mean, that is the opportunity for BYU. Like, they didn't have a game like that in the non-conference last year. Mm-hmm. And to me, that's a big reason why they go schedule a game like that in the non-conference now, because, there's more than just win the Big 12 as your path to get in to the college football playoff. And they want to measure themselves against those teams. I love that game's in Provo. Notre Dame's got a pretty light schedule. That'll be their first true test of the season. And I know Lewis and I expect this is going to be a really good BYU team. You would talk about physicality. That game's going to be chock full. But I just think that all these games are important for the league overall. There's not that many. And, we show there's 8 non-conference, out-of-conference, Power 4 on Power 4 games that really stand out. And when you get those opportunities, really need to make the most of them.
No question.
What jumps out to me, guys, is a couple of games against SEC opponents, Arizona State versus Texas A&M, Baylor versus Auburn.
Yeah.
You guys talked earlier in the show about Baylor, the surprise that a Dave Aranda team would struggle defensively the way that they did. How do you see them showing up against an Auburn team this season? That's early in the year as well, September 25th in Atlanta.
Yeah, that's when you would hope from a defensive perspective, Jen, that usually defenses start off hotter than offenses. So you would hope that they are able to come out of the gate strong early on, as all these other teams. I mean, Auburn's got a new coaching staff. I mean, obviously in Baylor they have a new quarterback. I think those are usually earlier on in the season where you expect to have some defensive struggles. I mean, rather some offensive struggles, and your defenses have to carry the day. I think for Dave being on his third different defensive coordinator during his time there in Baylor, I think there's a lot of probably expectation on that side of the ball for them to kind of get it right. And for Auburn, having lost some really good pieces, especially at wide receiver on that football team, it'll be interesting to see what this team looks like offensively anyway. And I think for all of us, we all want to see what DJ Lagway looks like.
Yes.
Going up against this newly constructed Auburn roster.
I'm also intrigued by the Oregon-Oklahoma State game. We obviously talk about a new regime there at Oklahoma State. How will they stack up against a team that has done really well in the Big Ten?
Well, that was embarrassing last year. I think it was a 69-3. I mean, it's one thing to lose, and they got embarrassed. And so I think that'll be a game where Eric Morris, you hate to say this, coaches don't want to talk about moral victories. Mm-hmm. But if you go play competitive, I think that'll set a tone early in the season that things have changed in Stillwater quickly. And I think, I fully expect T. Boone Pickens is going to be rocking, right? They're going to be fired up, excited to welcome the Ducks into town. And that's going to be a really good, talented Oregon team. And I think it'll give us a sense early on exactly how, where this team is. Not that they can't grow and you expect they'll continue to get better and better, but a real opportunity early in the season. It's a tall task. Oregon's going to be a pick for a lot of people to win the national championship this year. I mean, that's going to happen. But I do think that we're going to see a much more competitive Oklahoma State team, especially get them at home, because last year, boy, it was rough to watch.
And for all the reasons that we've talked about, right? All the continuity that's coming in. If you're going to change over a program, from A to Z, change it over with a bunch of guys who already know what is expected from one another, what's going to be expected from the coach. And look, in Oregon, you got 2 new coordinators there, too, on offense and defense, despite the fact that Dante Moore is trying to go ahead and solidify himself as the number 1 pick in the 27 draft. I mean, that's a high-stakes game. That's exactly what that's why you go to Oklahoma State.
That's right.
Right? Those are the kind of games you want to play in. You don't want to be talked about for the reasons we're talking about them, for having one of the worst seasons in school history.
Of course, as we've discussed, there are some quarterbacks in the Big 12 that would like a little something to say about that, who goes number 1 overall as far as quarterbacks go. But people will be circling that Notre Dame-BYU game. It is October 17th. But to the point that L.J. Martin made, if they don't win a boatload of the games leading into it, it certainly won't have the luster that it would if they can go into it undefeated. All right, a lot of time down here. Still a lot of stuff to get to. Join us for our final hour of today's coverage of the Monster Energy Big 12 Media Days over on ESPN2. We will be joined by ASU's Kenny Dillingham, Colorado's Deion Sanders, BYU's Kalani Sitake, and Texas Tech's Joey McGuire, all in the final hour of our coverage here of Big 12 Media Days.
That the coaches place on learning these guys in the offseason, trying to help them gel as teammates, gel as people, not so much about the X's and O's stuff, but about really getting guys to kind of like learn who their teammates are, develop relationships, develop relationships with the players themselves. I mean, Dave Aranda talking about DJ Lagway and how he wanted to see DJ just kind of like take the burden off of his back from everything maybe he had carried with him from Florida and just become kind of like a free spirit and just kind of like let it. I'm paraphrasing now, but just let his athletic ability shine through. I thought was huge because I never even really. It made me start thinking back to the interviews that we did with DJ Lagway, and I was sitting there and I would go, man, this guy tries to answer everything perfectly. He tries to be the quintessential franchise quarterback, and where maybe that's not maybe what will allow him to be the best version of himself. And I think just the investment in the human beings that these kids are, that these players are, is something that all these coaches have emphasized, and I love that because I love development and utilization of players more so than anything else. And all these coaches seem to have a great grasp of that.
Well, and I think the coaches have to put more emphasis on it, Dusty, because of the transfer portal,
That's
right?
Exactly
You're bringing in a brand new roster every year, and so let me get to know you. Let me know what makes you tick, what gets you going.
Relationships matter possibly more now than ever. I know everybody says it's all about the almighty dollar, and at the end of the day, the biggest check is going to win players over. Not necessarily. I mean, to me, the money is a part of it. Like, we know that. But I think relationships do matter, and especially retention, right? To retain players and get players. We asked L.J. Martin, you weren't up here, we asked L.J. Martin about what it's like to play for Coach Satake, and I mean, he just lit up. I mean, you know, he just talked about how much fun he was having. He said he felt more pressure in high school than he does in college. And, like, there is an element of that. Every coach, to your point, we talked about, and especially with this roster turnover, how do you get a team to gel? You've got to develop those relationships. And so it's multifaceted and why it's important. One of the guys that stood out to me, and I'd never talked to him before, but Terrence Carter from Texas Tech. I mean, watching him on film last year, he is a matchup problem. Like, I mean, he really is. Like, just his size, and you get him on a linebacker, you get him on a safety, it's problematic. But I loved his personality, big personality. And when I asked him about that loss to Oregon, you could tell, man. Yeah. Like, they are not satisfied. They may have won a Big 12 championship last year, and especially offensively, getting blanked, getting shut out, like, he was hot. Like, you could just tell, like, I reignited a fire. I think that fire has been burning and building all throughout this offseason. So that's important to me because, you know, sometimes a program will win a championship for the first time. They've arrived. I didn't get that sense from him whatsoever. I got a sense of they're hungry, and as a matter of fact, they got a lot to prove because the last taste in their mouth and everybody else's mouth of Texas Tech's offense was not a good one.
Yeah. And how about Drew Mestmaker talking about – look, I still – let me put it this way. For as much as it seems as though he is getting a sense of exactly who he is and what he can accomplish, he still, when I'm sitting here and looking at him, I'm going, you still don't know just how good you can really be.
That's right.
And that's a dangerous thing for the opponent, that this guy is still learning. And see, now he's taking a step up in terms of level of competition at Oklahoma State, playing against big-time programs like, I mean, when Oregon comes in there, I mean, come on now, he's going to be sitting there going, I couldn't even get a sniff from most schools in the country. And now I'm going to face off against Dante Moore and the Oregon Ducks and all that aura, and they'll maybe be wearing their chrome helmets and chrome outfits and stuff, and he's going to be going, here we go. The competitive part of that, the journey that kid is on, all those guys from North Texas who went there together, what do you say, 20-something of them visited and 18 of them signed? That's cool. That's the kind of thing that you're going to wind up, and we're going to all wind up talking about at the end of this season. I have a feeling going, you could see this coming. You could see this coming. We were sitting down there at the Star. Those guys believed then. They did it the right way. Chad brought in all those guys with him. It reminds you of what Kurt did at Indiana. I'm a guy who likes to get out ahead of it. Sometimes I'm dead wrong. Sometimes I'm right. That one gives you a good feeling that may be on the right track. That'll be fun to watch this year.
New quarterbacks, new coaches. That's the storyline that we've been following as well, of course, is the 4 new coaches in the Big 12 and how quickly they can implement their culture, how quickly they can turn things around. Because to your point, not to reference a Big 10 team, but Indiana has set that standard. Indiana has shown that you can take a program, relocate it, and have immediate success. So there will be pressure on some of these coaches to do just that in the upcoming season. All right, we'll take a break here on Big 12 Media Days. We've got the Colorado Signal Caller. Try saying that 10 times fast. right after this here from the Star in Frisco, Texas. Welcome back to the Star in Frisco, Texas. The final hour of day one of the Big 12 Media Days here. Still a lot of stuff to come and a full day tomorrow, so stick around. Jen Latta hanging out here on the desk with Dusty Dvorak, Louis Riddick, and Kevin Connors will join us in just a moment. But let's go down to Sidney Jones, who has an interview with Juju Lewis, the quarterback for the Colorado Buffaloes.
Joined now by Colorado quarterback Julian Lewis. Julian, thanks so much for taking the time today.
Yes, ma'am. Appreciate you having me.
Absolutely. The offseason is officially dwindling down now. Are you excited to start fall camp, or are you wanting some more time off?
Oh, yeah. I mean, fall camp is great because, the season's coming. There's going to be a great time with the guys. A lot of time with the guys, but it's going to be needed.
Entering year 2 now in Boulder, you had some great experience last year. How are you feeling? Are you feeling more comfortable now walking into this year?
Yes, ma'am. I think I was pretty comfortable last year when I walked in there, but it's definitely a little more confidence, I would say, just understanding that what college football really is and just having a real understanding of what it looks like.
Where do you feel like your play has grown the most since last year to now?
My play, I'm actually looking at the defenses now. Last year we wasn't really looking at defense as much, just kind of high school free ball and just out there playing football. But, it's a lot bigger than that now, so it should be fun.
You have a new offensive coordinator, Brennan Marion. He's known for creating explosive plays. So what do you like about his system so far?
Yeah, the go-go offense is amazing. I think it gives you a lot of opportunities for shots, a lot of short stuff. I mean, it's going to be a lot of yards after the catch with all the athletes we got. So just dink and dunks and get paid off that.
We've got some new weapons out there in Boulder too, Danny Scudero and DeAndre Moore. How has it been building chemistry with them this offseason, and what excites you about this offense this fall?
It's been great. DeAndre been hurt, but it's been good with Danny. Danny's an electrifying player. He's amazing with the ball in his hand. We also have Cam Perry coming from Miami of Ohio. Great player. He's crazy after the catch, crazy running routes. I think he's probably one of the best route runners I've seen in person. We still got Q for 6 and stuff like that from last year. First team, special teams guy, Big 12 last year. So we got a lot of guys that put the ball in their hands.
What's been the motto out there in Boulder this offseason? Anything specific Coach Prime has been preaching this year?
No, I think there's been what Coach Marion's been preaching to us is 1 year can change our lives, and we know we got to win. I think last year we had, whatever we did last year was terrible, and that's not the expectations. It's not up to any of our standards as human beings. Just life in general. So, yeah, just one great year.
What gives you confidence that you guys can take that next step this year?
Just overall trust in my teammates, the respect I have for the coaches. I think I trust Coach Prime. I trust Coach Marion. I think just overall, I think we're just ready.
And we continue on here in Frisco, Texas. Big 12 Media Days brought to you by Monster Energy Drinks. Louis Riddick, Dusty Dvoracek, and it's so great to have Arizona State head coach Kenny Dillingham joining us here on set. I thought I was stepping out with the purple, and then Coach spikes the football right here.
Yeah, this is my wife, and we have a tailor for the leadership counselor and myself, and they put this together, Art Lewan. So he does a great job with my wife. I didn't even really see it until I got here.
The pocket square.
Yeah.
The pocket square is Pat Tillman.
Kyson had that on. He had the same one. I recognize that right. That's cool, man.
Pat Tillman Leadership Council.
That's really good, yeah.
So this is our way to try to make sure Pat Tillman's legacy continues.
That's
awesome. Is to continue to put Pat Tillman in the front of our organization.
That's sweet. That's sweet. Coach, heading here and into 2026, obviously there's a little uncertainty on the offensive side of the football at the quarterback position. Let's just start there, because that's all we've been talking about is the fact that the Big 12 has some of the most exciting quarterback play in the country. Dual threat guys who can win from the pocket, guys who can throw the football over the yard. How's your quarterback situation looking for you coming out of the spring and heading into camp? How are you feeling about it?
Yeah, I'm fired up. I feel like our quarterback play is going to be really good this year. I feel like there's going to be consistency behind it. We don't know exactly who that's going to be, but I got a lot of confidence in the guys in the room to be able to get the ball to our playmakers. And I will say this, we got some playmakers out there this year. Obviously losing Jordan Tyson in the first round isn't ideal, but it's something that we try to replace in the portal, and I think we did that.
Reed Harris, one of those players from Boston College.
100%.
Has somebody that's really stepped up and flashed for you guys?
100%. He's been phenomenal. Amarian Miller has been phenomenal. Raiden Vinesbright has been phenomenal. I mean, we have a list, and we have guys that are still on our team that returned that have made unbelievable strides, like Turbo and Moss, guys that are returning, and Derek Eusebio, who was out. But I feel really, really good about the weapons that whoever gets to take the snaps back there gets to throw it to. And today's era of all the match coverage, if you can't beat man, you're in trouble.
Mm-hmm. If it is Cutter who's the guy, you offered him a scholarship out of high school. Is that accurate?
Yes, I offered him when I was at Oregon, and he came and visited me when I was at Oregon. I thought he was a phenomenal player coming out of high school. So when he went in the portal, that was a no-brainer for me.
Well, what is the relationship that you have with Cutter? Great player. What's your relationship away from football with him?
Yeah, I mean, good. I mean, we're getting to know each other. I mean, we're 4.5, 5 months in. So relationships really build, in my opinion, in times of adversity. So, without playing games, you don't really build those strong bonds yet. We try to create that adversity in practice, but nothing replicates failure in a game, right? Nothing replicates mistakes. So I think our relationship's just going to build as highs and lows happen together, and being there when I have a bad call, when he makes a bad throw or someone makes a bad throw, like, how do we come back together? I think that's what makes the quarterback and coach relationship special.
Look, on the defensive side with Coach Ward, I mean, there's a lot of change over on that side of the football as well. How did you feel about the defense coming out of the spring, especially, again, when you're looking at it holistically, a lot of exciting quarterback play, a lot of big-time playmakers on the perimeter in the conference. How did the defense look to you heading into camp?
Yeah, I thought it made unbelievable growth up front.
Okay.
I think our front seven, specifically our defensive line, could be the best defensive line we've had since I've got the job. And football is won at the line of scrimmage. Mm-hmm. Impact the quarterback, stop the run. I mean, that's where the game is won, and I think this is going to be our best front that we've had. And I think there's some guys at the perimeter that, have played a lot of football that are going to play for us, and it excites me. I'm excited about what our defense can do because of the front that I think we've put together.
You guys have run the football so well since you've been there. You did it again last year. You obviously did it with Scat. We talked with Kyson Brown. He's coming off the injury. He said he's healthy. He's feeling great. What type of year do you think he's capable of having?
I think he's going to have a phenomenal year. I mean, our running backs coach, Coach Aguano, I think he's had a 1,000-yard back for like 8 straight years or something crazy. For him since he left high school as a state championship high school coach. He's had running backs that have gone pro. I've been very lucky in my career to coach really good running backs. Cam Scatterbu, Raleek Brown. I mean, I could go on all the way back to Memphis with the Tony Pollard, Patrick Taylors, all that. So I think the system's built for dynamic playmakers at running back to catch the ball out of the backfield. Kyson has the ability to do that. So how do you get running backs the ball? Multiple ways.
Kyson talked a little bit about the culture, and we asked him about, what's it like playing for Kenny Dillingham. He just said he's everywhere. He's everywhere. Like, this culture is kind of like, it's almost like a boogeyman word to talk about in football because no one can really put their finger on what it really is because I don't really know if it really has a static definition. It's different for everyone. What does that mean for you? Because, look, you're a very energetic, charismatic type of coach who, look, if I was a player, I'd go, I want to play for that kind of dude. He's got a lot of juice, but he also has a lot of competency. So how do you marry the two?
Yeah, I want our guys to know I'm in it with them.
Right.
Like, I'm not above them, I'm not below them. I'm going to open the door for them. I'm going to get in the back of the car. If we all get in the car together, like, I'm hopping the seat. Like, I'm going to go in the third row. Like, just because I'm the head coach doesn't mean I'm in charge. It means my role are to make uncomfortable decisions. That's it. We all have a role in this thing. We're all getting to move in the same direction, try to be the best football team we can. And my job is to not pull them along, right? It's to be in the middle there and pull with them and pull in the ways I can and try to guide them into being the best football team they can be. I don't take the field. I stopped playing in high school. I was unathletic, short. I couldn't run, tore my ACL, right? So how do I just empower these guys to be the best players they can be? And I got to be one of them. I got to understand them. I got to know them as people. So I'd say that's our culture is be yourself.
Yeah.
I don't care who you are. Be yourself and love what we do.
Yeah.
We just had a roundtable discussion, and you gave a great answer to the question that I'm going to ask you here. You play in the Union Jack Classic, bringing your team from Tempe all the way over to play in London. Why is that a great experience for you and your program?
Yeah, and said it before, not good for season and winning games, right? You're traveling across the country week 3. If you tell a coach that, and then you have to have your bye week after week 3, negative impact on season success. But you know what? It's bigger than that in college football. Regardless of how much it's changing, college football is about 18 to 23-year-olds creating experiences that they'll remember the rest of their life. And for me to say this is going to create a competitive disadvantage on our season and take away the opportunity for 105 guys to go to London to play at an unbelievable stadium and experience something they'll remember forever, that's cheating my own players. And I don't care the negative effect it has on our program. We're going to fight through it because maybe it'll bond us together, and maybe those bonds will make us tighter, and maybe the tighter we get, the better we get. And the goal is to be the best team at the end of the year, and hopefully it builds the bonds together to create an experience they'll always remember forever.
Love that. Also love that you guys are going on the road and you're playing A&M. Quality non-conference matchups, to me, are so important for college football. Why was it that you felt the need to schedule a game, as tough as that?
Yeah, we want to play the best. I mean, if you're a competitor, like, if you go play, I'm a pickup basketball player. I'm not very good, but I play it, right? Tuesday, Thursday mornings, 5 a.m., Victorium. And if you're going to play, you don't want to be on the team that's the best team. That's not fun. You want to be on the team that everybody's like, they didn't make fair teams. Like, you want to have to, go get it.
Yeah.
Like, whatever you do, if you don't want to go get it, if you don't want to, face that, then are you really a competitor? No, you're a front runner. I don't want to be a front runner. I want to be a competitor. I want to be a team that takes on challenges. I want to be a team that wants to play the best. And guess what? Let's go get it done. And if we don't, we got better. We got better from the experience. And if we can't, compete in those games then we're not going to compete at the end anyways. So who cares, right? Let's go play the best. Over and over again, let's go play the best.
I'm just wondering, is it your J? Do you take guys off the dribble? What's your game?
You just described offense. I set screens. I set screens. I off the ball double. I'm a non-stat guy, right? I'm a plus-minus guy. Right? If you don't take the plus-minus stat count, I'm in trouble if you're looking at stats of a pickup basketball game.
Might be why he's a great head coach. Kenny Dillingham, good luck this season. Good health to your team, and thanks so much for the time today.
Thank you. Go Devils.
Arizona State head coach Kenny Dillingham with us here at Big 12 Football Media Days. And up next, it's prime time. Colorado head coach Deion Sanders will be with us next.
Another first down. Michael Welch.
Lewis under pressure again. Got away.
Colorado goes down the field and gets back in the end zone.
We roll on here at Monster Energy Big 12 College Football Media Day from the Star in Frisco, Texas, practice facility of the Dallas Cowboys, and it is so great to have Cowboys royalty here with us. Pro Football Hall of Famer, the head coach of the Colorado Buffaloes, Coach Prime Deion Sanders. Coach, we appreciate the time. You were sharing with us. First and foremost, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling darn good. I'm feeling darn good. I was saying last year this time I had on, I think, a black suit. I had a hoodie on up under it, and I had on shorts up under it so the suit would fit. Because I had lost so much darn weight, and I didn't really want anybody to know, but I know my face was small, and I was going through it. I wasn't me. And I'm thankful this year that I'm me. I'm all me now. And I'm happy, I'm elated, I'm excited. I cannot wait till the season starts.
This spring, the changes.
Yeah.
Coordinators. Coach Marion coming in. Coach Marv, the new defensive coordinator.
Awesome guys.
Absolutely. The players you brought in, you got some weapons now on the perimeter again.
Yeah.
How's it all coming together? Because we all know the one person that can bring it all together is that guy behind the center.
Yeah.
How's it all looking to you so far?
Well, let's start off with the coaching staff.
Yeah.
This is the best coaching staff I've ever had in my coaching tenure. High school, college, everything. This is the best staff. Player-wise, to sit down in front of a computer with staff and pick out every darn player, not but just because of their ability, then you bring them in and you interview them and you see that intangible. Do they have that thing that you need at that position? Do they have that quality that connects players together? And to handpick all those young men, as well as on the recruiting trail at this point right now, I love it. And it's us. It's who we are, what we desire. It's not just grabbing the guy who's a 4-star or a 5-star, which we don't have any of those anyway, 5 stars, but it's the guys that fit and the guys that have that mentality that they want to play the game. They're not just here for a bag. They're just not here for the lights and the cameras. They're here because they love the game.
Yeah.
Those are the type of guys we have on the roster right now.
Is that what Scudero and Cam Perry bring to you, especially at wide receiver?
And Cam Perry are killers.
Yeah.
I mean, I played the game. And I played it pretty good.
Yeah, you
did. But those guys on that offensive side of the ball, those guys, don't forget that we got a few more.
DeAndre Moore.
Thank you. But they have the mentality. They're not just receivers that can run routes. All three of those guys that you mentioned, they have the mentality that they can go out there and get it, and they want the smoke. They want to see you play man-to-man in front of them. They want that.
Yeah.
And I love every bit of what we've assembled, and we probably got 8 to 9 offensive linemen that can start. And it'll be a rotation.
And that's been something in your time there that has caused you a lot of gray.
We got the bigs.
A lot of gray.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm just saying.
I'm not using no dark and lefty. I'm praying right now. All right.
So that makes you as. Are you as confident in your trenches, especially on the offensive side since you've been there?
It's the first time ever.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because we got some dogs on the outside that's gonna go get the quarterback.
Right.
And we got some dogs inside. Just hold up the fort. Just fill your gaps. Just hold it down. We got it. And the 3 linebackers we have, I think, are pro linebackers.
Lamprey's pretty good, huh? He made every tackle at Bowling Green.
I call him Plane, right? That's what we met. I'm on the plane.
Okay.
And kid walked by. He says, "Coach Prime, how you doing? I'm such and such. I'm in the portal."
Is that right?
I said, "Kid, can you play?" He said, "I can play." I said, "All right." I called Box recruiting department. Hey, Box, look up this kid right now and tell me about him. Box called back in 5 minutes. He said, "Coach, that kid's a dog. He can play." I got up. Went to the back of the plane. Hey, look here, man.
That's it. Hey, however you can get him.
Man. Hey, we bring you in on a visit. We straight. Yeah.
No
Shador
kidding.
had a game that Sunday. After the game, I called him.
That's how it works sometimes.
We got him up on the visit, and the rest is history.
There you go. There you go.
It was kind of mentioned, quarterback. Where's Juju at? And it sure sounds like Isaac Wilson has stepped in. And he's making this a competition.
He is. Isaac's been doing a great job. First of all, with Brendan, he's don't play. Brendan don't play. He's going to put the best guy out there. Juju is making tremendous strides. We want him to just take control and do what he's capable of doing. I made a big mistake, man. You got to understand, I've coached my son my whole entire life, so everything was like, compared to that, that's hard to get. You know, him and Travis, it's hard to understand, so you can't judge everybody by that. Instead of wanting certain aspects of his game, I got to digress and say, you know what, he's young. Let him develop into that. Let him come in, let him grow into that, and just let him play the game, and let allow your coordinators, Brendan, to do what he does, and he can put that sauce on it because he's really good at that. But allow Juju to grow into that role, and don't have the expectation that he has to be right here and right now.
Yeah.
Just do your job. That's all we're asking.
What is Coach Marv? What's he bringing to you that you haven't had? That's it?
I'm not going to say I'm going to have my hand because I don't want to.
No, I know what you're saying. Yeah.
We'll start flames up here.
Yeah.
All right. Coach Marv is not only a born leader, he has the head coach's mentality. That's one thing. He's a leader. He's a dog. He's a steward of the time. Not only that, but he knows the game inside out. And he's not just going to do what he does. He's going to put us in the best situations that we could possibly be in on certain downs and certain down and distances and different aspects of the game, you know, field position wise. But this guy is good.
Yeah.
One big thing about both of those guys, I had to go get a quick surgery this spring. I had to run in and get some of my blood clots, right? And I said, guys, I'm going to be out for a couple of days. They said, Coach, let us pray for you. Let us pray for you right now. You know what that meant to me? For my coaches, I got you.
Yeah.
Don't worry about that. I got Coach. Go take care of your business. I got you. And that was tremendous. And that meant so much to me. That's why I'm mentioning it right now.
Yeah. What's it going to be like to go back to Atlanta? Play Georgia Tech. What you got planned?
I got the coaches on curfew, not the kids.
I'm telling you.
The coaches are having curfew against Georgia Tech. We're going there 2 days early. We'll be there on a Tuesday. We play on a Thursday night in front of the whole country. I can't wait, man.
Yeah. That's going to.
First of all, that team is going to be well coached. It's going to be a really good team. I think they want to wear white. They don't want to wear the dark color. They want to wear white. So we may have to, I don't know what we're going to wear here. But I think about stuff like that.
Yeah,
that's
of course.
Strategic. They want
of course.
Because it's going to be hot.
It's going to be hot.
It's going to be hot. I like that. I like the strategy is already going forth already.
That was a knockdown drag out last year in Boulder. Yeah. Do you look at that as an important for this team this season to get off on the right foot?
Let me tell you what I look at that as. One big play broke that game wide open. One big play. We could say, okay, we wasn't in the right call. We could say we didn't have the right personnel. We could say either or. We're not going to say either this time because we have, I think, a better staff, and I think we have better personnel. So I love it. I cannot wait to see it because when that opportunity comes, and the game is going to come down to 3 or 4 plays, I like the hand that I have dealt right now when it comes down to that, because it's going to come down to that. But that's what it came down to. And let me tell you something, that quarterback that they had last year, I don't know why. I don't know if he went undrafted because I don't follow him that much.
King?
Yeah. But you're talking about a dog.
Oh, absolutely.
You're talking about a killer out there. That kid was it, man.
Yeah.
I mean, he was it, and he was it.
Let me ask you about one more quarterback.
Okay.
How's Shedeur doing?
Shedor's doing great. He just left the crib a couple of days ago to go back to, I think he's back in Cleveland working. He's going to be back. You know, he don't like to be home when I'm home. You know, it's like he just one big dog in the house, one big dog in the house. But I like to be there when he's there to watch him and to talk to him about certain things about life and about the progress. But he's a whole different young man than last year. Like he was beat up, beaten. Everybody talking about it, gossiping about it. Right now he has a coach that believes in him. And he has a team that believes in him, and he can't wait to get out there and do his thing. But I love what I'm seeing him working out and training. I'm loving. And he sizing me up, walking around the house. I told him I'm the only man that do not wear a shirt in my house. Yeah. I'm the father.
Lay down the law.
How far is your place from here?
About an hour and a half.
Hour and a half?
A beautiful hour and a half, though.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Coach, it's great to see you. It's great to know you're in good health.
Okay.
We wish you the very same all this season.
Thank
Good
you.
luck this year.
You guys are looking good, man. I appreciate you.
All right, man.
Keep on speaking the truth.
Head coach of the Colorado Buffaloes, Deion Sanders with us here. Coach Prime hanging with us here. They get a Baylor team in week 4 that may be contending with a pretty good quarterback in his own, DJ Lagway, who spoke with our Sidney Jones earlier today.
Now with Baylor quarterback DJ Lagway. DJ, appreciate coming on today.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for having me.
How have media days been so far?
It's been great.
I saw some of your moves in there.
Yeah,
You're breaking it down.
Yeah, it's been great. You know, great atmosphere, great people. I'm having a blast.
Yeah. What's the offseason been like for you? You're starting a new chapter at Baylor. Tell me a little bit about why that was the right fit.
Yeah, you know, Baylor was the right fit. You know, coming out, you know, the transfer portal, I had checklists that I wanted to, you know, to make sure that matched for me what school I wanted to go to. And when I went on a visit, everything aligned and it felt perfect. So, yeah.
So how has the adjustment process been since getting there? You know, new team, new system.
Yeah, it's been great. You know, I came in right away, head down, just trying to earn the respect of my teammate by working hard and just trying to grind, you know, and then obviously, you know, just having new guys, you know, just trying to get them to know me outside of football has been a huge part. So, yeah, it's been great.
Yeah, with so many new faces, including yours, what is the key to building that trust, building that chemistry in the offseason?
I'll say really just like hanging out outside of football. You know, people getting to know you outside of ball and things like that. I feel like that's huge.
How's it been working with head coach Dave Aranda? What's he really challenged you to bring to his program?
Yeah, no, it's been great working with Coach Aranda. You know, I've learned so much from him. You know, we sat down for a couple weeks just talking defense. I wanted to learn a little more about the defensive side and how a defensive-minded coach thinks, and that was great. So just learning more and picking his brain has been great.
How are you feeling physically now compared to this time last year?
Yeah, I feel amazing. You know, just being able to have a full off-season under my belt, you know, and just continue to work. It's been great, so I'm excited.
Obviously, you've dealt with a lot of injuries. You've gone through adversity in your college career. How have those experiences really shaped the quarterback, the person you are now heading into this season?
Yeah, it's been definitely a journey for sure, but I'm excited to put it all together this year. Been working on a lot of things that I've been wanting to clean up since freshman year, so to put it all together and make it happen.
What are some of those things you've been working on?
Yeah, just really cleaning up footwork in the pocket, you know, being more technician back there, you know, working on my short game, intermediate game, being more clean there, and coverage recognition, so yeah.
Last one, what can fans expect from Baylor this season?
Yeah, they can expect, you know, Baylor to go out there every game, give it their all, play together, play as a brotherhood, and leave it out on the field.
Well, DJ, thanks so much for your time. Best of luck this season.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Yeah.
All right, DJ Lagway, Sidney, thanks. And we continue our coverage of Big 12 Football Media Day, joined by the head coach of the BYU Cougars, Kalani Sitake, who we had the chance to talk to up on the roundtable discussion here. But I did not know that you just got back from Tonga.
Yeah.
What was that experience like?
A little jet lag, you know, time difference, but I loved it. And being able to go over there and do some service work and open an employment center and promote, promote people getting online, doing education, finding ways to get a degree. It was really good for me and great for my family. So I'll be going back, next year, probably after Media Day next year, though.
Was this your first time?
Yeah, since I was born there. Yeah, so we left when I was a few months old to go to Hawaii, so my parents could go to school and at BYU Hawaii, and so to go back after almost 50 years and to see where my mom and my dad grew up at and see a connection to all the people that I've known from Tonga that are and their villages, and so it was a really cool experience for me.
You know, there were no shortage of options for you this offseason based on reports. What factored into your decision to stay at BYU?
Well, I think the main thing is that, it feels great to be wanted in a lot of different places, to be contacted by a number of places, but I'm BYU through and through. I grew up BYU. I cheered for BYU. I don't never remember starting. I just always did. And people in my neighborhood in Hawaii were playing for BYU at the time. And so then I got to play for the legend Lavelle Edwards. And then, got into a coaching career and had the chance to go back and be the head coach. And so while this all said and done, I've always been a BYU fan from the beginning, before I was a head coach and before I was a player for a legend. And so I think the fan in me, once the fans reached out and showed their love and appreciation, I think it was really hard for me to not appreciate it. And probably took it for granted a little bit. And so it's nice to go through that moment of humility and to be thankful for that opportunity, but just really be happy for what I have and be grateful for the position that I'm in right now.
Well, what you have is you have a football team that returns a lot of combined starts, best in the conference. How does that look to you this spring, as far as when you're watching this team play? When you came out of the spring, how did you feel about what you thought the 2026 may look like for you?
Yeah, I feel like we have a good chance. There's obviously some areas where we know that we need to get some things going. And there's a lot of work that needs to happen between now and the first game. But what I like about this young team and the young men on our team is that they're very coachable and they take it and run with it. So all I have to do, guys, is not get in the way and not mess it up, really. I feel like as long as we give them the autonomy, and I wish I could take credit for all that. It's what Lavelle did for me when I was a player, what he did for me and my teammates. And you see a lot of that, present in college football with Kyle Whittingham being a former BYU player and Steve Sarkisian being a former BYU player, and even Andy Reid, And so the influence of Lavelle Edwards is everywhere, and it'd be foolish of me to meddle in it and mess it up. So I'm just going to try to keep this train rolling and put a lot of the autonomy and the power on the players.
23 wins the last 2 years. I think it's more than rolling. It's chugging down the tracks. Bear Bachmeier, I mean, I don't know. Maybe you saw it coming as thrust in there as a true freshman. He was excellent. Where can he take his game to? What have you seen, and where do you think he's headed in his sophomore year?
I think he's done some great things, and to be a true freshman and start at BYU is not an easy task. But I'm grateful for his work ethic and his willingness to get better. He's a learning machine, and he's humble, so easy to work with. He's a dream for me as a head coach and for our staff to work with, and so I think the sky's the limit for him. But I do also want him to realize that he doesn't have to do it himself, that there's 3 phases to this game, and for us to play complementary football, we require him to be humble enough to realize that he doesn't have to take it all upon his shoulders. I think he's a guy that's willing to do all that. I think there's a time and a moment for it, but I also want him to learn when he can turn that on, and that he doesn't have to risk his health to do it, And he wears that number 47 for a reason, but it's not so he can just put himself at risk. And so the best ability is availability. We need him to be there and be ready to roll and make great decisions, which he's capable of doing it, but also realize that he doesn't have to do it all by himself.
Talking about telling people to just be themselves. Now that Coach Poppinga takes over for Coach Hill, what have you told him? I mean, obviously it's, he's been on the staff. He slides into that role. What has been your advice to him, or have you really not even given him much?
Yeah, I knew Coach Poppinga was going to be in a position to be the DC long ago.
Mm-hmm.
I felt good about him from the beginning. He created himself an amazing reputation working with Bronco Mendenhall and as a position coach. So when I took over the job, I got to coach amazing players like Fred Warner, who was very, he was praising the things that Kelly Poppinga did for him as a position coach. So it was kind of registered in my mind, like this is a special guy. And not just him, Sione Takitaki, Harvey Langi, all these guys that played that position. And I knew there was something special about him. So when I had an opportunity to bring him on staff, I needed to see for myself. And when he was here with Jay Hill, I knew he was going to be the guy.
Yeah.
And so it was just a matter of time when Jay had his opportunity to leave. I thought it'd be as a head coach. Going to Michigan, I can't fault him at that. But we had a plan in place all ready to go. And K-Pop, as we call him, he'll be ready to do his thing. And being a former player and understanding the position and being a defensive guy, he gets it. With the training that he received from Bronco Mendenhall and what he's received at Boise State, I mean, I think he's primed and ready to roll.
Yeah.
Well, he inherits 8 returning starters on that side of the ball and a transfer in Cade Uluwave, who is a heat-seeking missile. How is he going to help change the complexion of your defense?
Yeah, Cade is a special player, and we made a mistake in not recruiting him hard enough out of high school, and I'm glad we had a second chance at him because he is a unique and he has a special gift. I actually thought he could play running back. That's how good he is and versatile he is as a player. But his instincts at linebacker is unbelievable, and we can use him in different positions. He's physical enough, so he's a big time player, and we complement his skills with the guys that we have returning with Isaiah Glasker and Keanu Tanuvasa and all the guys in the front 7 with great coverage in the back end. I think we have a good chance. We'll see, but we got some work to do still, and nothing's said and done. You got to keep working on it.
Has anybody emerged for you at wide receiver in the spring that you kind of like? You said, hey, look, I know we've lost some production at that position, but some guys jump out to you.
Yeah, well, it's hard when you're replacing. So there's Chase Robertson. It's like he's been here every year.
Yes,
and then
he's been there a while.
People forget that he was actually a backup to Puka Nacua, And so when he had a first chance to start, Puka got hurt in the Baylor game, and Chase stepped in and helped win that game. So now it's an opportunity for somebody else to do that. And Chase's leadership has been amazing, just like Puka's has been amazing in the program, and especially that wide receiver position. So now it's just we'll see. I hate to name a bunch of guys, but there's 8 guys that we feel good about being able to play that position, and even some young guys at that.
Kyler Casper coming over from Oregon brings that size, be a mismatch problem outside.
He's one of them as well.
I asked you before, I was like, you think you got a pretty good team. You just said, I just want to be physical.
Yeah.
Which I said, spoken like a true fullback. It's so hard. Practice, though. Take me inside of practice. Sometimes the only way to be a physical football team is to practice physically. How do you guys take training camp and a build-up? You got a tough schedule. I mean, you got Notre Dame on that schedule. You got to go to Utah. Goes on and on. How do you create a physical football team yet still protect them as you prepare for the season?
Well, it's a contact sport, and so how do you prep for a contact sport? We talk fighting, MMA, boxing quite a bit. You have to spar, and so I don't know any other way. And maybe it's just a fullback in me, but we have to spar, and sometimes things happen in sparring. So I'd hate for them the first time to tackle in their career is to be in a game. That's never going to happen at BYU. So we're going to tackle, and the only way to get better at tackling is to actually put yourself in a position to do that. Now, that being said, you got to be selective on how you do it, get it done. But I'm not going to bubble wrap these guys, man. We've got some things to do, and sometimes guys get little bumps and bruises along the way. They understand what they got themselves into, and what's required. There's just some things your body have to go through in the process of a season, and we don't have a lot of space to waste now. So we got to be ready to roll by game 1.
I was talking to Bear down there on the telestrator, and Dusty was up here interviewing LJ. So I don't want to take your, I was just listening to it in my headset, and LJ was talking about the fact that he says like the games are so much easier than practice, but he likes it. Like the games are just fun. Is that by design? Is that how you want it to be for them?
Yeah.
You want the game to be the reward.
For sure, and I want them to practice hard so that the games you're basically understanding what the situation is. Make mistakes in practice. We learn from them, and then the closer we get to game day, the less mistakes we make. And so I want them to be aggressive, try different things, especially at quarterback. Yeah, Barrett, go ahead and try to thread the needle here, and if it doesn't work, then why would it work in the game? I don't want you doing it for the first time. So we're going to try a lot of different things, and in order to do that, you have to play a lot of 11-on-11 football, and you just have to live with the consequences, though, because sometimes there's going to be guys that are banged up or guys that aren't 100% ready to go.
One last question for you, Coach. I'm thinking about the year you had last year. What's expected this year? BYU has the number 1 pick in the NBA draft, and A.J. Dibonsa. What's the state of athletics at BYU right now?
Yeah, I think we're in a really good position. If anything, it piques curiosity so that people can say, hey, BYU could probably be a destination where I could look into. And so having different diversity and different people come to BYU that maybe aren't what your typical would be in the past has been key for us, no matter what the sport is. It's a difficult school academically, but that's why the degree matters. And the connections that you make, there's a lot of really cool, unique things about BYU that you can't get anywhere else in the country. And we're starting to see that a lot of people are trending towards coming to us, and in all different sports. And it's not just because of athletics, it's because there's a lot of cool things that are attached to it. Connections, the network, the experiences, and the people that you get to be around is second to none.
And the TV production crew, who at BYU TV has done an amazing job here this week. Coach, it's so great to talk to you, and we really wish you the very best this season in Provo. Coach Kalani Sitake, thank you for the time.
Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it.
Head coach of the BYU Cougars hanging with us here. Major expectations for BYU, as there is for that man, Joey McGuire at Texas Tech, will be here next. We are back. We enter our final segment here on the first of Big 12 Media Days with the reigning Big 12 champions, Texas Tech Red Raiders. 12 was a big number in Lubbock last year. 12 victory, the most wins in program history. The Big 12 championship, first for Texas Tech since 1955. They launched way above 12 in the rankings, fourth in the CFP before losing in the Orange Bowl to Oregon. Jacob Rodriguez, the Bronco Nagurski Award winner, won an outstanding season he had a year ago. And then David Bailey, not 4 but 2 overall in the NFL draft to the New York Jets. Great season for Texas Tech, and it's great to have Coach Joey McGuire here with us. So how do you top that this year?
Well, you got to try to do it again, and there you look at the history of the conference. Your OU team and then Baylor, I think, shared a conference title, but there's only been 2 teams in the history of the Big 12 that have ever been able to go back-to-back, and so we got our work cut out for us. It's going to be a tough conference, but we have a really good football team. We're excited. We're really excited to get started. August 5th, our guys report, and then we kick it off September 5th.
The elephant in the room, of course, is the Brendan Sorsby situation here. The decision for him to be ruled ineligible this season, how has that impacted your team?
If you come in the building, I think, through all of this, and you're part of the football and the weight room and everything like this, you wouldn't have known anything was going on. We have a really strong group of leaders, and we have guys that are really driven. Whenever you get beat 23-0 in the CFP, and you're talked about not able to score, you got a chip on your shoulder that, hey, we're trying to get back there and we're trying to win a playoff game. And so the focus, and we do have strong leaders. So as far as that, in the inside, you didn't see a lot of difference no matter what part of this saga it was. On the outside, our guys hear everything, and understand that, and that's part of it. And we always talk about like what you're bringing in and what you're filtering through and what actually is going to help you be the best version of yourself. That's what you need to be listening to.
You lost a lot of quality players.
Yeah.
I covered a lot of them in the draft. I mean, David and Jacob, they're cream of the crop. I've never seen a guy make plays like Jacob Rodriguez makes as far as punching the ball. He's one of the very best I've ever seen do it. But you go in the portal, you sign 4 tackles, 4 edge rushers, 2 inside linebackers. Look, Austin Romaine, I got to see him at Kansas State a bunch. This dude is just an animal.
He
just loves playing ball. How has the defense looked, considering that you signed these guys, you have a really good secondary already, you have some returning players at linebacker who are still really good. How's that group looked? Have they picked up like right where the old group kind of left off?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for us is finding the production that we had last year from David Bailey, who had 14.5 sacks, and then the way Jacob Rodriguez knocked the ball out so that we led the nation in turnovers. We created 32 turnovers. And so how do we do that again? It's going to look different. But a guy like Austin Romaine, he's a better pass rusher than Jacob was. Jacob's better in coverage, but Austin's going to pressure the quarterback different. So maybe some of the sacks come from the linebacker room that really haven't come from the linebacker room from us. I think some of our young safeties are really ball hawks, so like a Peyton Morgan. I think there's a chance for us to have more interceptions. And so we want the same production. We had 40-plus sacks, 30-plus turnovers. We have a big that's in our hallway. We put your name by each one that you create or the sack that you have, and we've got to load that board up again to have that. But I think we have the guys. The thing that we do have, we have depth.
Yeah.
Like that defensive side of the ball is you've got 6 defensive tackles that have started in college football games, and then you have, like, nobody's talking about Trey White. Colin Simmons and Trey White are the only 2 players in the country that in the last 2 years have had 28-plus tackle for loss and 19 sacks. And so you've got a guy like that, hey, he's going to go get after the pass the quarterback, and so is Adam Trick. And so trying to get that production out of those guys are important.
How's Adam looked? I was watching his film a little bit a couple weeks ago. How's he looked?
Yeah, he's everything that you want, man.
Yeah.
I mean, he's like this guy. He plays like his hair's on fire. I always say he's Max Crosby without the tattoos. They kind of look alike a little bit, but he's an effort guy.
Yeah.
I mean, he is a high effort guy. And what's fun is he hasn't played a lot of defensive end, so his best football is ahead of him because they put him in a lot of different places until this last year, to where they put him on the edge. And so, you know, what's been great is they're really good people. They're really good humans, and they love the game of football. So you're able to push them to a different level.
Got to talk quarterback.
Yeah.
Will Hammond, you guys have loved him since he was a freshman, but he's coming off the injury. Just from a schedule standpoint, is he going to be ready for the beginning of the season? And if not, what does that room look like?
You know, I think he's going to be. He's thrown all the player-led 7-on-7. He's done all the football school in the summer. He started throwing before spring break, so early March. So he's on track. If you count 9 months after the surgery, it's August 21st. You know, the question is he going to be football ready? Right. You know, I think he will be, but if not, Kirk Francis, he's a guy that's an older guy. He's played college football. He had a really good spring. Lloyd Jones has had a great spring and summer, and he got a few snaps. He was coming off a high school injury, so he got a few snaps at the end of the year. Bigger guy, 6'4", 220, can run.
What do you think of his upside ultimately?
And I love him.
You know what? I love comps, and I like to get people riled up a little bit with my comps sometimes. So when I'm watching him, I'm going, man, and that freaking number 10, he looks like Taylon Green from Arkansas.
No, he's
long,
big,
lanky like that, you know, with big arm.
Yeah, can really run, throws the deep ball well, which for us, this wide receiver group really lends to throwing the deep ball, so that's going to help. And, you know, he and I've had discussions like, man, this is a great opportunity for you because you get to learn, and the pressure's really not on you, but it could be. So don't take a day off. Like, be ready to go. You know, and I'm excited about. We call him Chubb. I'm excited about him, man. He's going to be a really good player for us.
Have Malcolm Simmons, Kenny Johnson, those guys had good springs too.
Man, they can fly.
I mean, Malcolm can go.
Malcolm can flat out go. Dante Lee can flat out go. Kenny Johnson. The thing that Kenny's going to bring, of course, receiver, but he's a legit punt returner. And then it's time for Micah Hudson to be Micah Hudson. Yeah. You know, and I think what a great story. Which I think is going to really work out and play itself out. But what a great story of, you know, a highly recruited kid and then him coming back to Tech and really maturing. And it's that, like, if people ask me, what is this team? Both sides of the ball, we're extremely deep. There's a lot
running backs.
We haven't even talked about that. Yeah, how about that group?
Yeah, I think, you know, I think Texas, I know there's some other people that are really proud, but I think Texas is probably the only team that compares running back room-wise as far as the production, because you've got Cam Dickey coming back, you've got Jacoby Williams coming back, and then Quentin Joyner has been released and is fully healthy. And we got a little freshman that's about 215 pounds out of New Boston, Texas, East Texas, and Ashton Roden that is a really good football player too. And so I'm excited about that room. Tight ends, that's going to take a lot of pressure off of Will, Kirk, Chubb. It's going to take pressure off those guys.
Early in the season in particular, right?
No doubt.
Jacoby was one of my favorites last year. He is a firecracker, man.
I'm going to tell you, every person needs a Jacoby Williams in your life.
Yeah.
I'm telling you. One of the most dynamic players, but, like, he just gets it.
Yeah.
He's got a feeling for people that, man, if you're having a bad day, Jacoby's going to make it better.
Well, was it 2 years ago when he was a freshman? I remember y'all showed me there was a block.
Oh.
That it was
his first play
North Texas, or I can't remember who it was against. But
yeah, his very first play of his college career. Yeah. I mean, he just lights somebody up. And I send it. So his middle school coach is a really good friend of mine, and he sent me a text. I was at Baylor, and he said, man, I got a kid that's going to be a freshman that you should offer right now. He's the most dynamic player I've been around. And the guy was a head coach at one time and won state championship, so he knew what he was talking about. But he's the one also that says everybody needs a Jacoby in their life.
Good deal.
I don't know if everyone nationally knows, certainly here in the state of Texas, that they do what a legendary coaching career you had at the high school level here, Hall of Fame coach in Texas high school football. Where was in your list of what was possible? Where was coaching in the college football playoff back when you were a high school coach?
You know, honestly, for the majority of my high school career, man, I was my goal was to be a head high school football coach, you know, and I was at a place that we got turned around and we had an opportunity to win every single year at a really high level. And so not until probably like 2013, 2014, I started thinking about, like, after I get through coaching my son, everything's going to change, because that was one of my deals. I wanted to coach my son. And that year we get beat at Cowboys Stadium by DeSoto in the 4th round, and I was interviewing the next week, you know, and I got really fortunate to be hired by Matt Rule, because he's the one that really believed, like, Coach, you're supposed to be a head coach at this level. And I think if I would have worked with somebody else that really didn't push that, it probably wouldn't have happened as fast. Because if you think about it, like, I haven't been coaching college football. It's been less than 10 years, and I'm the head coach at Texas Tech, you know. And so I guess it's going on my 10th year of coaching college football. So really fortunate to work for him.
And it's going pretty well.
Yeah.
I mean, what a season a year ago, and the expectations are there again here this season. Coach Joey McGuire, thanks so much for the time, and we wish you the very best this year.
You bet. Thank you.
Head coach of the Red Raiders, the defending Big 12 champions, Coach Joey McGuire, with us here from Big 12 Media Days, where we're going to run it back again tomorrow. 5 more hours coming your way. We're going to be joined by the 8 coaches we did not hear from today. We're also going to be joined by the stars of those teams, including Arizona quarterback Noah Fifita will be here inside the Star in Frisco, Texas. Big 12 Media Days. The season is off and running here in college football from the Dallas Cowboys practice facility. That's going to do it for us. For Louis Riddick, Dusty Dvoracek, Jen Latta, Sidney Jones, I'm Kevin Connors. Thanks so much for watching.